Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Development Management Committee of the 16th of April. I'm Councillor Mark Long, Chairman of this committee. Just some housekeeping before we get on to the agenda items. In case of a fire alarm, exit the doors of the building and make your way to the far end of the car park, please. Toilets are outside the door at the left, water outside the door on the right. A reminder, this is a public meeting. Members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as speaker, you're not able to take part and speak. We are live webcasting today, so can I please remind members to use their microphones and turn them off when not speaking, and can I also ask that mobile phones are either on silent or switched off for the meeting so that we don't have any disturbance. Thank you, members and members of the public. Just as on cue and as an example, Councillor Rake. Right, in terms of how items are presented, the order for each application is as follows. The case officer, the planning officer, will present their report. Any objector will then speak, then followed by any supporter, followed then by any parish council representative, and then the district council ward member. Members of this committee are able to ask questions of each speaker on points of clarity. At the conclusion of the debate on each application, members will vote and come to a decision. At this point, can I ask the officers at the top table to please introduce themselves? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amelia Bolter. I'm the Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Fairbairn. I'm Head of Legal Services and the Council's Monitoring Officer.
Good morning, Pat Weimer, Head of DM at the Council.
Claire Stewart, Principal Planning Officer and Case Officer for the first application.
Thank you, everybody. And now on to the agenda. Today, Councillor Taylor, who is the Vice Chairman, has given his apologies and is absent. And I would like to seek a nomination for Vice Chairman for this meeting. Councillor Nix.
I nominate Councillor Carson.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Rake, thank you. Councillor Carson, if you'd like to come take your seat, please, as Vice Chairman. Thank you. Can we now move on to apologies, please, for this meeting?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we received apologies from Councillors Bonham and Taylor. Councillor Taylor is online and Councillor Steele is subbing for Councillor Bonham today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, move on to agenda item 1, the minutes. I have one item which I would like adjusted. It is on the application 236921 FUL under the section where it says local ward member. On the paragraph it says section 106 upheld by inspectors. This should read principal residence principal residence by condition upheld by inspectors. If you can make that change, please. Thank you.
I also just need to raise that a correction to the voting schedule for application 3193 Shilston Barton Cottage. Taylors and Carson abstain from voting and are shown as on the voting schedule as voting against. That will be amended. Thank you.
Thank you. With those amendments, are members happy with the minutes and content with the minutes of the last meeting? Can I have a show of hands, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Right, move to agenda item 2, urgent business. There are no items of Chair's urgent business. Agenda item 3 is division of the agenda, and there's no reason to divide the agenda today. Item 4, declarations of interest. Members, do you have any declarations of interest for the applications to be heard today? No, thank you very much for that. Item 5, public participation. The list of speakers for today's applications has been circulated to members and you have those before you. At this point, we'll move on to the point of clarification on how decisions are made at committee, and if I can ask Mr. Fairbairn to take us through that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to say, there is a legal framework for decisions to be made by the Planning Committee. The Planning Committee has to have regard to the development plan and any material considerations, and will less material.
It's not working.
Can you all hear me now? So there's a legal framework that surrounds decision making by the Planning Committee. The Planning Committee will have regard to the development plan and to any material considerations, and will decide a planning application in accordance with the development plan policies as a whole, subject to, unless other material considerations suggest otherwise. The development plan comprises the joint local plan and any made neighbourhood plan that might be relevant, and any material considerations are those considerations that are concerned with the use and development of land in the public interest. So no, not private interests, so it's in the public interest. And if a consideration is something other than that, then it won't be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbairn. Right, we'll now move on to agenda item 6, which are the planning applications before us. And agenda item 6A is 064425 ARM, Lutterburn Farm. The planning case officer is Claire Stewart. Ms. Stewart, could we have your presentation, please, when you are ready? Thank you.
Right, thank you, Chairman. Application 064425 ARM Lutterburn Farm. This is a reserved matters application following a previous approval of outline consent for 7 residential properties on the edge of the village of Ugborough. The site is identified, outlined in red on the plan in front of you. Aerial photograph. Bear with me if I just use the highlighter. So for the benefit of members who weren't able to attend the site inspection earlier this week, we met on the public carway here and then walked up the shared access drive up into the site. And then this is the application site here where my cursor is moving around. This is an extract from the site location plan submitted with the application, just for reference. Again, the application site is outlined in red. And then just points to note, neighbouring residential properties located around the site. That's Little Lutterburn, Vine Cottage, the properties along Lutterburn Street, and then Rowan Cottage to the west over here. And then this is the site of Ugborough Primary School to the west as well. As is being set out within the officer report, there is an outline consent for this site which was issued a few years ago, subject to a Section 106 agreement. A copy of this plan was included within the Section 106 agreement, which shows the plot layouts for the site. And then this plan was also included within the Section 106 agreement. The application that you've got before you today is the reserved matters application to seek to resolve all outstanding matters on the site. So we've got detailed design proposals for all 7 of the dwellings, and I'll be taking you through the plans in a moment. So the key issues that we need to be considering today. The principle of development is established by the outline consent, so we need to focus questions and consideration around the detailed design, which includes the appearance, layout, landscape and scale of the dwellings, as these are the reserved matters which you are being asked to consider. So this is the proposed site plan that's been submitted with the application. You can see it's a similar form to what was indicated within the Section 106 agreement. You've got the shared access road going into the site and then the 7 plots arranged around it. This photograph is taken from sort of the top of the access drive. And then photograph looking again across the site down the access road. This property over here is Little Lutterburn. Another photograph looking up the site. You can just about see Rowan Cottage is this property over here. And then looking across the site towards the site of plot 2. And then up to the top of the site. And then again, you can see Rowan Cottage in the background there. And then this is looking towards the other neighbouring property. So you've got Vine Cottage down here and the other properties facing Little Ashburn Street. And that's the outbuilding that's shared by some of the rear gardeners of the properties on Lutterburn Street. And again, looking back down the site. So coming back to the proposed site plan, what I'm going to do is briefly take you around each plot one by one. So hopefully it will make sense, as there are 7 plots to go around. So first of all, looking at plot 1, which is the one at the top corner of the site up here. That's the detailed site plan for that unit. And the elevation drawings. If there's any ones you particularly want to come back to later, then please do make a note and ask questions later, but I will move through the plans because we've got quite a few to get through to start with. Going clockwise around the site, I think I put plot 3 in next. Yeah, so this is the site layout for plot 3. And then the elevation drawings. You'll start to notice as we go through the elevation drawings that whilst none of the dwellings are exactly the same as each other, there is a bit of a theme in terms of design forms and choice of materials. And then moving on to the next one, which is plot 4, which is this unit here. Questions were asked about the relationship with the existing neighbouring property, Rowan Cottage, which is this one over here. Measuring off the site plan, the distance between these two, the end wall of this property and this one, measures at approximately 9 metres on the plan. As it was mentioned on the site visit, this is the plan that's taken from the Joint Local Plan SPD that talks about the minimum suggested distances between habitable rooms. So you've got a minimum of 21 metres where it's a back-to-back relationship, and then a minimum of 12 metres where it's a back-to-side relationship. The one thing I would point out in terms of the first one we're going to look at is that's a side-to-side relationship, because the rear garden of this property is actually up here. So we don't actually have within the SPD an indicative standard for side-to-side relationships. But if you think about sort of general estate build houses, generally speaking, the side-to-side relationships can be closer and be deemed to be acceptable. So that's the site plan for plot 4. That's some photographs that are provided within the application submission, just to close up on the neighbouring property, Rowan Cottage. And these are the elevations for plot 4. And then I would just draw attention to, this is the west elevation, which faces towards the neighbouring property. That is high level glazing at the upper level. And then moving to the section drawing, you can see.
Sorry, does that mean that it's above sort of normal looking height for
Essentially,
somebody
yeah. So if
standing
you
there?
were a person standing in a room, that's the floor level, and the glazing is up. If you look where my cursor's moving around there, if I just jump back to the,
Yeah, so that would prevent overlooking.
yeah, essentially, it's unless you are a giant person, you wouldn't be able to see out of those windows. Okay, moving on to the next one, which I think takes us to plot 5, which is this one here. That's the site layout plan for plot 5. As I said, if anyone's got any specific questions, we can come back to these plans later as we need to. Again, that's some photographs provided with the application submission that show the view looking south towards the neighbouring properties and the outbuilding on the edge of the site here. That's what the outbuilding looks like from the other side, from within the neighbouring properties, just for information. And then we've got the elevation drawings for plot 5. And a section drawing as well. So the distance between the dwelling close to plot 5 and the back of the outbuilding that's in neighbouring property ownership is approximately 13 metres. And then that takes us on to the next one, which is plot 6, which is this unit here. Site plan for plot 6. And then some more photographs, just as a reminder from those of you who weren't able to attend the site visit. These ones were taken and included within the application submission. And that's another one of my site photographs, just looking towards the neighbouring property, Little Lutterburn. And then these are the elevation drawings for plot 6. As you'll see, it steps down here. So when you've got the elevation that's closest to the neighbouring properties to the south, that's the stepped down element. And again, section drawings. The distance from the closest point of the dwelling at plot 6 as proposed and the corner of the residential property Vine Cottage is approximately 18 metres from my measurements, and then going the other way it's approximately 20 metres at the closest point to Little Letterburn. So that's those distances there. So that distance from there to there is approximately 18 metres, and then approximately 20 metres from there to there, which I think then takes us around to the last unit, which is plot 7 up here. And then these are the elevation drawings for plot 7. Coming on to some of the other plans that have been submitted with the application. Now we've got, this is the proposed hard and soft landscaping site plan for the entire site, and then we've also got within the application submission there are plot specific plans as well, but you've got the sort of the buffer zone that goes around the proposed units, which are all then slightly set into the site. And that's the ecological plan that's been submitted with the application. But I don't expect you to be able to read that writing, just to be clear, but it's just so you can see the level of detail that we've got within the application submission, because this is the reserve matters application for the whole site. This is it's quite detailed in terms of the amount of information that's been provided. This is just an example of the proposed materials information for we've got one of these for each plot that confirms which particular materials are to be used on each individual unit. Particular question was raised at site inspection around hedgehog access. As you can see, there is a hedgehog using an access which are proposed within the boundary treatments across the site. So that has been picked up. There's also lots of information about bat and bird boxes as well, as you would expect. Yeah, and as I said, in each case, you've got the details of the palette of materials, including stone, slate, larch cladding. And then just to sort of try and give the site some context. If you look, if you could just about see the purple line, that's kind of like a sectional line through the site. That's where those lines have been taken to provide those elevation drawings. And then a site section, because as you would have noted from the site visit, the site isn't flat, it is slightly sloping. Thank you. We wouldn't use a plan like this for compliance checking purposes, but it's just a useful kind of artist view that's also been submitted with the application, just to kind of give the sort of flavour of what the design is trying to do on the site. So in terms of the consideration of the detailed design, as is sort of set out in the report, officers did have some initial reservations about the application when it was originally submitted, and changes have been made during the course of the application for various reasons. Whilst all the units are not the same, they do sort of talk to each other in terms of a design kind of response to the site. But as it's probably apparent, the site is quite difficult to see from beyond its boundaries unless you're within the site of one of the neighbouring properties. So it's sort of, it is a little bit kind of isolated in that sense. Just some more photographs to kind of try and give a bit more of the site context. That's the view from the public road and looking up the shared access drive with the neighbouring property here. Just to be clear, that's the listed property that you can see in the photo. That's sort of looking sort of slightly further down the street. So the application site is essentially in this area here. So it is quite difficult to see. This photograph was taken by me. I sort of parked in the village and sort of walked back up towards the main road and then looking back towards the site. And as you can see, sort of because of the topography, it is quite difficult to see into the site from outside it unless you're within one of the neighbouring properties. That's not to say that the design doesn't need to meet our design policies, and we have sort of been considering this application in quite some detail. It's been with us for quite some time for various reasons. Officers are now satisfied that we've got to a place where the application as now presented is acceptable in terms of design and the reserve matters considerations. Whilst there remain concerns from local residents about impact on particular neighbouring properties, officers feel that the relationships that are such that they would not be sufficient grounds to refuse the application on neighbouring amenity grounds, but that's something that members may wish to consider in more detail. And the application is recommended for approval as set out in the report. As you might have noticed, there are only 2 conditions recommended. That's because there are a number of matters that are still essentially controlled by the outline consent in terms of ongoing compliance with the details. So officers satisfied those are the only conditions that we would actually need to have on this application should members be minded to approve it. Happy to take any questions through you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Stewart. Members, do you have any questions? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. I just wanted, it's a very small question actually. Vine Cottage, which is the listed, Grade 2 listed building, reference is made to the wall of the walled garden. Is that wall also listed, or is it just the cottage itself? Because that's actually, the wall is part of the curtilage, isn't it, of the site here as well?
It's the house that's listed, but essentially where you've got a listed property, sort of things that are associated with it need to be considered more carefully in terms of the listed status of that site.
Okay, thank you.
Member, Councillor Abbott.
Thanks. Just to follow up on that, though, there seems to be a disagreement in the report and the objections as to whether that boundary wall you just mentioned is part of the property of Vine Cottage or is forming a boundary. How am I going to phrase this? It's been taken on by the new build as part of their work. I shall have to find the words, won't I? I'll have to come back to you on that and I'll read it again. So I'll go back to my own. Crumbs. I won't. I'll come back to you in a minute.
Councillor Abbott, I'll move on to Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. I was puzzled and perhaps you can shed some light in the report, the view from the strategic planning team about compliance with Dev 32, 23? There's a 3 and a 2 in it. 23. No, 32.
32 if it's to do with the low carbon policy.
Yes, 32, exactly. The initial response raised concerns about the sort of mixing of solar hot water and solar PV panels, saying that solar PV was almost always a better idea. But that objection seemed to melt away in the updated response, and which amended plans were subsequently provided, showing that all dwellings have solar PV alongside solar hot water. On this basis, it is considered that the above concerns have been satisfactorily addressed. So we started off saying we don't think it's a good idea to have solar hot water, and I'd accept that. But because all dwellings have it, it's a better idea. I just wonder if you can explain that seeming inconsistency. I realise these are not your words, and perhaps you don't want to speak to them, but if you can.
Well, so the strategic planning were reconsulted on the revised plans, which are the ones that we've just been looking at, because they, as was set out in the report, they did raise some reservations about compliance with Dev 32 initially. The plans have been amended and they have said that they're happy with them now. So on that basis, I'm not in a position to say that we should be sustaining an objection on Dev 32 around somebody who's more suitably qualified than I am thinks that it's okay on that basis.
Okay, perhaps it would have been useful to have them here, but
I think, Councillor Rake, the detail was in the report, and I think the fact that they've considered, obviously put an objection in, they've considered the changes and they believe that it meets it. I wouldn't want to challenge our officers on that because they are fairly tight on Dev 32. And I think as long as those properties meet that policy Dev 32, then I think we should take their recommendation or their withdrawal of the objection. Thank you, Councillor Rake. Councillor Abbott, are you now restored?
Might be in gear this time. So the one that disturbed me was under the representation, the wall was stated within the application to be a boundary wall when it is in fact part of the neighbouring property. And is that a point that can be argued, or once you put up a wall, do you immediately change the definition?
The ownership of the wall can't be changed by this application. That's a civil matter.
Okay, actually following on from that then, a significant part of the discussion is the ability to maintain the wall that you own, and that seems to apply particularly to that boundary, although there are discussions elsewhere. So is it again a civil matter then that they will be allowed access to their wall?
That is a civil matter, yes.
Okay, so I come to what I originally thought of and forgotten, which is that the plans, you started at number 1, top left-hand corner, and you mentioned going clockwise and then we went anti-clockwise. Did we ever cover plot 2?
No, I think you're right. I think I have unfortunately managed to miss that one out in amongst the plans.
Could you
It would take
could
me
you
a
speak
couple
to
of
it
minutes
from the general plan then? Can you
Yeah,
just talk us
so-
through similarities or differences from the other plots, because you can see it there on the screen?
Well, yeah, you can see it's this plot here. I mean, yeah, in terms of sort of design and use of materials, it's sort of a lot of the same materials are used across all of the units. If I go to if I zoom into this one,
And that only shows 6. It doesn't show 7.
that's plot 2 there. So in terms of kind of the general design response, that's plot 2. Apologies, it's gone a little bit fuzzy on the screen. And then you can, if I then go back to that's plot 2 there.
Yes, I can understand why it didn't come up before. So I'm pleased that you mentioned hedgehog highways, but the diagram you had up at the time, I couldn't see them. Now, maybe the detail is not necessary because they have a sort of a standard definition, but you had a diagram up of materials, a palette maybe there. Are we actually looking at a hedgehog highway when you said that? Which one is it?
One with the hedgehog.
It's this, you have to, in order to fully understand this position, you have to kind of cross-refer between a number of different plans to get all of the information. So this one is focused on the materials and the fact that there is a provision for, it sort of describes the size of the hedgehog access points. But then if you then refer back across to other plans, that will then show you where they're going.
Thank you.
Councillor Hodgson.
I'll stick my neck out on the question that came up about solar PV and solar hot water. It's getting closer, but traditionally solar hot water has taken a higher intake of solar. It's actually been a better value for the roof space, as long as you can accommodate and use all the water. About 30% I take up, compared to at best at the moment still of only about 20% for solar PV in terms of the solar energy that you absorb. So that often it's quite good to have that combination. So I'm just offering that. That might be something that's been taken into consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Just thinking about the outbuilding, the historic outbuilding. It's unclear on the maps, and I couldn't tell from the site visit either. But is that part of the listed buildings garden, or does it belong to a completely different property? And if it is part of the listed buildings land, is it afforded the same kind of protection as the wall? Thank you.
This building here sits within the rear garden of these properties here, so it's not part of the listed house. But as you saw, it's an attractive building, but it's not part of the curtilage of Vine Cottage. It's in the garden of other properties.
And from access from the back of that, because as you said, it's an attractive and historic building from the looks of it. So there will be access round the back, which I think is of concern to some of the neighbours. So from the what plot is it? I can't read that. Plot 5. Is it possible to? Is there going to be any kind of access around the back of that to repair the back of that outbuilding?
Access for maintenance would be a civil matter.
That's part of the civil matter. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Councillor Pannell.
Well, it was just to address Councillor Rake's question about the solar question. I think if you look at the report, it explains that originally plot 3 and 5 do not seem to have any PV included at all, only solar hot water, but then the plans were amended so that all the plots now have both, and that was why the officers were satisfied that it was now acceptable.
Wasn't my question, but thank you.
Councillor Steele.
So page 19, just a landscaping comment about the size of trees that were proposed. Was that addressed, or is that still the case, that there were rather large trees going into the private?
The council's landscape officer is happy with the details that are now being presented. There's been some revisions since the application was originally submitted, but they are satisfied that what we've got before us now is acceptable from a landscape point of view.
Thank you.
Councillor Hodgson.
It's a bit of a wild card, this one, but I really understand neighbouring properties being concerned about not only the impacts of a new development, but also the process when that development is taking place. And many of us in this room will be aware of my concerns about particular development ongoing in Dartington. And to date, the hedgerow prescribed within that length has never been started, where the new bit to be added has never been started. Can we possibly condition for the hedge, any new landscaping that's going to have a positive impact for the neighbouring properties in time to come? Can that be started sooner rather than later, rather than, after all the dust has flown and all the mess has been there and all the impacts on the neighbours, which sometimes can be quite long-winded? Is there any way that we can look in terms of a timeline where we can request that hedgerow goes in sooner rather than later?
As a condition.
As a condition.
Thank you. Councillor Hodgson.
Sorry, Councillor, but I think you need to be a little bit more precise than sooner rather than later, because that wouldn't be really. So, what trigger are you looking for?
Well, they've obviously started works on the site already to have developed all the access. I would suggest that it goes in before the building starts.
I think we can look at condition 13 and look at having a particular trigger point for that particular hedge rather than the entirety of the landscaping. So I wouldn't expect all of the landscaping to go in prior to. And it's probably best to say something on the first planting season. So again, I wouldn't want them to put in an artificial and then they don't succeed because they've had to go in the wrong time of the year. Oh, so there's a new condition on.
Yeah,
Right, can you let me think about it? I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Abbott.
Thanks. Just picking up from Councillor Steele on the size of the trees, there was a question about the watering maintenance programme associated with them going in, and especially with a large tree. I think it possibly mentioned 5 years needed, and not certainly more frequent watering. So is that been addressed within the current discussions? You might have been busy. Shall I say it again?
No, that's okay. No, I do remember the landscape officer talking about it. So yeah, they are satisfied that they've got enough to be comfortable that what has been proposed would be suitably implemented, if that answers your question.
Members, any further questions? Councillor Carson.
Thank you. Can I ask, the access into the site, is that running alongside the listed building?
Yes, it does.
And is there any protection for that listed building for its foundations if you've got quite heavy lorries, etc., going up there?
So there was a condition on the outline consent that talked about a structural engineer's report in relation to Vine Cottage. That condition has been discharged separately because that was the condition of the outline consent. It's probably worth emphasising again that there would be a civil issue as well with that as well, but it was partly covered by condition 24 of the outline consent, which has been discharged.
And just following up on that, the new buildings surrounding the listed site, are they over 12 metres? Distance. Distance, yeah, sorry, distance, not height.
So can you just repeat the question, just to make sure I'm...
I think we're looking at the distance, not height, but distance
Okay.
from properties.
So in terms of what distance from the actual dwelling or distance from the site boundary?
From the dwelling.
Yeah. So the distance from approximately there to the corner of Vine Cottage is approximately 18 metres.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I don't know if you know the answer to this, but there is a school, isn't there? It's a village school. Is it a primary school in the top left-hand corner? Does any of the new plots overlook playground at that school?
So as I understand it, this is the garden area of the neighbouring property, and then this area here belongs to the school. So there's going to be, as you can see, vegetation along that boundary. I haven't been and stood within the school site to look at this development.
Has the school raised any concern?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, looking at the sort of artist's impression and noting that you said we wouldn't use, but the houses look hella squished in. In terms of external space, I mean, but then I'm looking at this and seeing that the plot size for Little Lutterburn there and these are actually sort of roughly equivalent. But in terms of external amenity space, how does the external amenity space of these properties compare to the minimum standards? I'm sure it's above it, but is it above it by much?
Further to Councillor Hodgson's question, yes, I think we can put a condition on specifically about that hedge, and I think it would be along the lines of within the first planting season, following whatever the trigger point you choose, and it could either be prior to the commencement of any of the properties, or prior to the commencement of the properties closest to it, or prior to, or no dwellings above slab level, or whatever whatever you feel is appropriate. But I think we could specifically, because we're talking about layout and that's an intrinsic part of it, but I think it would need to be first planting season following whatever trigger you feel is appropriate.
Sergeant.
So I would suggest maybe the first planting season post decision being published. It gets started, you know, even if they're faffing around, that planting can take place at low
carry on
cost
with the debate
just
and then
being done.
consider this at the end, towards the end? So if we can move on. Amenity space question of Councillor Rake, that still needs to be addressed.
As far as we're aware, it meets the minimum standards, but I couldn't tell you how far over, but because we wouldn't be able to provide a reason for refusal on the basis that it's over, but it's not over by much. It either meets it or it doesn't.
And just to when we're considering this matter, because also the plots are sort of chopped up by the layout of the houses, in that, whereas with Little Lutterburn you've got house, garden, by the looks of it, I don't know the property, but these sort of house, bit of garden here, driveway, little bit of narrow garden there. Is that a consideration when we're looking at amenity space?
Usable garden space is a consideration when you're looking at amenity, but that it's not all in one area doesn't mean that it doesn't count towards the total.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Any further questions, members? If not, thank you, and we'll come back to the condition element later. We will now move on to the speakers on this application. The first is the objector, Ms. Fletcher. If you'd like to come forward for your 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Hello, I'm one of the owners of Vine Cottage, the Grade 2 listed building that directly abuts the site. We are asking that condition 22 is refused or deferred pending changes to the ecological mitigation and enhancement strategy. The officer's recommended conditions state that the development should accord strictly to the EMES plan. However, this plan is inaccurate as it shows one of our stone outbuildings back from rather than directly abutting the site. It also does not show the large stone-based greenhouse and remains of a further building on the boundary of the site. In fact, other plans don't show them either. The photos may not make this clear as Vine Cottage sits much lower than the actual development site. The EMES requires the planting of a 2 metre wide hedging and trees up against or close to our listed building on the southern and eastern boundaries of the site. However, this is unachievable as the plan contradicts itself by stating trees cannot be planted within 5 metres of buildings. Hedging and trees planted up to the curtilage of Vine Cottage will undermine and damage the buildings and walls, as well as block access for maintenance and repair. The Listed Building and Conservation Act of 1990 states local authority have a legal responsibility to have regard to the desirability of preserving features of special architectural or historic interest, in particular listed buildings, and this is reinforced in the MPPF. By approving condition 22, officers are effectively saying it's not actually desirable to preserve the stone outbuildings and walls attached to Vine Cottage. In spite of what the officer's report says, the impact on Vine Cottage has not been dealt with by condition 24, which was approved on the basis of a structural engineer's report that only applies to phase 1 work on the access road. We ask that councillors request condition 22 is refused or deferred until a revised EMES plan is submitted, showing grassland instead of hedging and trees alongside our stone buildings and walls. Plot 6 proposed landscape plan also needs to be amended to show grassland only. This may have implications for the approval of conditions 2 and 13. Another big concern is the groundwater that flows underground, taking a route under Little Lutterburn and close to Vine Cottage. Should this groundwater be diverted accidentally or otherwise from one of the plots when laying foundations, Little Latterburn or Vine Cottage could end up with damp, taking months or years to show up, where it's difficult to link cause and effect and become solely the affected property's problem. We would like to see a strategy in place to deal with any underground water discovered during groundworks and responsibilities for investigating and alleviating any problems thereafter. Thank you, councillors, for listening.
Thank you, Ms Fletcher. Members, any questions? Councillor Hodge.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. So what you're saying is where that little outbuilding is shown on the plan there in the corner, yeah, so where the cursor is, and there's an indication that there's some trees probably going in. You're saying you want that to be grass. Are you saying you don't want any trees at all in that corner?
No, no. There's that building is shown in the corner there, but there's also buildings. I can't go away from that photo. Between those buildings behind 11, 11A and 15, there's a long wall, and there's the stone-based greenhouse on that wall abutting in our property, and also another building which is sort of semi-derelict, but the walls are still evident. The lower walls are still evident. So we wouldn't want any hedging or trees planted alongside those.
Okay, so you're in terms of landscape impact on your property, you're satisfied that, unfortunately I couldn't come to the site meeting on Monday, but I have been to the site previously some years ago when it first came up, so I remember it pretty well. But are you suggesting then that you don't actually want any trees between yourself and that building at all? You just want them all of it pushed back and just to be grassland, so there's no potential impact? Because the only thing I would say to you on that one, and I just wonder what your response is, that actually trees can be very, very beneficial when it comes to if there's excess water. You know, with more storms that we're getting, one of the natural flood management schemes is to actually put trees in because they take, you know, water down those routes. So it's a bit of a balance.
I absolutely agree. The beneficial they are trees, but we have quite a lot of trees actually within our garden.
Okay.
Large number of
so
trees.
So the screening that would offer, you're not concerned about?
Yeah, we just don't want them where they could damage our buildings or our wall.
Okay.
We did have one on that wall. We had a cherry tree when we moved in, which we had to remove because it cracked the wall. It cost about 10,000 to repair that stretch of wall.
Thank you. Thank you. It's helpful.
Thank you, Ms Fletcher. Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Abbott.
Hello, Mrs Fletcher. So not planting those trees there will open up the visibility between that new building and your building, and that's still you're still balancing that you'd prefer not to have the trees, even though that might open up a view.
Exactly. I mean, it is a balance, and yes, I'm more worried, absolutely more worried about the damage, and where they are is not in the direct line of sight anyway of the house. They're sort of slightly across, so yeah.
Thank you, members. Any further questions? Councillor Abbott, you wish to come back.
So you had another significant point about drainage. You suspect there to be through the soil drainage because it's sloping down towards Vine Cottage. Have you ideas about intervention, piping or drainage or something?
There's definitely groundwater. We have a stream running behind our house. For Vine Cottage, one of the worries is there's a stream or a spring that comes from the site. If someone's digging foundation and finds that, they might divert it. So that's the issue for Vine Cottage. Little Latterburn already have water that comes under their property. They have 2 tanks and pumps to deal with that, and for them the real concern is any more water coming under, because we're both quite a lot lower than the actual site.
Yeah, I'll allow Mr. Weimer to ask you a question, if you may.
It's unusual that I ask a question, but it might help us going forward. Of going through the approved plans from the outline that form part of the 106, and the area we were talking about where the trees and grass says something like hedge. Where's the plan again? 2 metre wide hedging green buffer. Is your concern specifically about trees or trees and hedges?
Trees and hedges. I mean, hedges are, if my memory is, they're going to be beech, hawthorn. They're effectively trees.
Okay, we'd have to think about how we deal with it if members took that forward, because there is part of the approved plan shows 2 metre wide, or certainly attached to the 106, shows 2 metre wide hedging green buffer, and how we then draw back from that as part of the reserve matters. We'd have to think about it. That's why I was asking the question.
Okay.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? If not, Councillor Dommett.
My questions relate to what's been raised, but are for the officers rather than the speaker. Can I ask those?
If it doesn't impact Ms. Fletcher, I'll allow her to sort of step back and sit down, and you can ask that question of the officers, please.
Okay. With
Thank you, Ms. Fletcher. Thank you.
I was going to ask another.
You didn't indicate earlier. Okay, thank you. Councillor Dommett.
what are the officer responses to the condition 24 relating to the outline, so the access roads rather than the actual constructions of these buildings, and also the worry of redirecting the water with building the foundations?
I would need to look at, so normally, because access was dealt with at the outline stage, normally any conditions around the access should be put on at the outline stage, which condition 24 was. I personally do not know the details of what came in respect of condition 24. If the submitted details were simply in respect of the access, works to do the access and not the works to do the dwellings, it is possible that further information would be required in respect of the rest of the development, but that would have to be within the existing terms of that condition. I don't believe we can impose another condition now because access was dealt with as reserved matters, but it's something we'd have to take away and have a look at. You can have to give me a couple of minutes to have a conversation with the legal officer about that one.
Thank you, members. While that's being considered, we'll move on to the next speaker, Mr. Simon Baker. Your 3 minutes, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Yep. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Simon Baker. I am one of the applicants for the proposal of Lutterburn Farm, supported by my architect, Ian Brooker. Firstly, I'd like to thank the planning officer and consultees for their detailed and constructive work on this application. The process has clearly been thorough, and we are grateful for the time and care that has gone into reaching the recommendation before you today. Members will be aware that the principle of development is already established through the outline consent for 7 custom self-build dwellings on surface plots as defined by the Self-Build and Custom House Building Act. The designs before you concur with the average size of a custom self-build dwelling in the UK. They are sustainable eco homes that accord with all the latest thinking and ambitions of custom self-build. Through the course of this application, all technical objections have been resolved and withdrawn, including landscape, drainage, trees and environmental matters. The scheme has been amended positively in including removal of flat roofs, use of natural slate and refinement of materials to better reflect local character. What remains is a balanced professional judgment, and the officer has concluded the scheme is acceptable. This is a scheme of genuine local value, delivers 7 Self-build plots, including 2 affordable service self-build plots, secured through Section 106 agreement. These are not speculative developer units. They are opportunities for individuals and families with local connection provisions built in. It directly supports local work and jobs for local builders and suppliers. Objections focus on 2 aspects, drainage and overlooking. All aspects of the drainage schemes have been thoroughly explored, modelled and approved by South Hams Drainage Team, Devon County Council Flood Risk Authority, South West Water and the Environment Agency through conditions 4 to 11. This reserves matter scheme and application does not deviate from these approvals. From the outset, and even at the outline stage, we have considered the potential of overlooking both outwards and inwards from the neighbouring properties. Any perceived overlooking has been mitigated and these measures are included in the submitted drawings and in our view, supported by that of the officers, there are no overlooking concerns. I am of the local community bringing the scheme forward responsibly and have worked constructively with officers throughout to address concerns and improve the proposals. This is therefore a policy compliant scheme in principle, technically resolved scheme in detail, delivers meaningful local housing benefits and delivers high standard sustainable eco housing. We respectfully ask members to support the officer's recommendation and grant approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Members, any questions? Councillor Abbott.
Hi. Hi. So far, the overlooking hasn't come up as an issue of objection. Strangely, the other way around, the suggestion that there might be grass only in that corner. Have you got any principled reason to require trees or hedging in that southeast corner?
Not specifically. I mean, when we went back to the outline, it was South Hams ecological people said we would like to see hedging in that area, and since that point it's always been there, and it wasn't for us to say, oh, we're changing something that you particularly requested. So a lot of that was really went into in depth before, you know, pen went to paper about houses or anything else. So that was all laid out. So no, we don't really have an objection to that at all. I'm surprised that they don't want trees in the corner there, because part and parcel of actually helping to mitigate what might be perceived as being overlooking, really. But ultimately, I suppose, if they don't, the trees have a dual benefit. So basically it works both ways, if you see what I mean. It is part of a scheme that's been developed. But I'm not saying that we would turn around and say, oh no, we must have the trees. So.
Thank you. Have you yes? Have you a comment on the? I'm not sure it's a landscape issue, but this potential of underwater drainage, underground. Thank you. Underground drainage, potentially affecting Little Letherburn and Vine Cottage.
Yeah. So right back at the very beginning, we had a full geological survey, so which laid out how the site was constructed, what had to be where, and basically we have attenuation on site. And in reality, to the northeast, and plot 6 is attenuated as well. So what we're doing is we manage 50% of the water that would fall onto the site, and that's managed away. So if you look at it in that respect, all of a sudden going from 100% of water coming down there, we're taking 50% and managing it away, so that we're reducing the impact and effect on that. Groundwater, and my understanding from the geology, no, we're more affected by Dartmoor. What happens up there that comes into the groundwater further down into Ugler Village, because it's in effect the foothills of Dartmoor. So, and when we look at the geology actually slopes to the northwest, believe it or not, in the actual structure. I mean, this is all in, I'm not sure, at this point you won't be pulling out the geological survey.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Councillor Abbott, do you have a further question?
It's not that the rain, though, is falling onto a field. It needs to be attenuated because it's falling onto a roof and becomes immediately the possibility of creating intensification of a water flow in a particular area. So where in plot 6 is the attenuation unit?
No, the attenuation, as you come into the entrance, on the left-hand side, all that greenery, it's underneath there.
So not in plot 6 then?
It's not in plot, no.
No.
So,
So is there a drain leading towards that from the side?
exactly. So the whole roadway is attenuated. Plot
Yes.
2, 7 and 6 drain into that same system, and that goes into the attenuation, which drains ultimately into the stream. So basically the attenuation's there.
Yeah.
All the other plots
Yeah.
from the geology, they have ability for their own soakaways.
Yeah.
And so that's why, yeah.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rake.
Thank you. I got up the pretty pictures of materials, and when they were on the screen, we couldn't particularly read the small print. So I'm wondering how this works in practice, because where in brackets you've got sort of Dartmoor, or the wall, stone and chimney, you've got Dartmoor granite from Blackenstone Quarry, natural slate, brackets, let's say Del Carmen. How is that enforced across, if they're self-build houses, how's that enforced across the site?
Because they will have a palette of materials which they will have to work with, and if they want to. So in the custom self-build side, in this, we have a scheme now. If somebody wants to come and alter things, then obviously you have to speak to the planning department if they want to actually change something. So there will be a process. They're going to have to come back and ask if that is the case. You know, so we're trying to, if you were to do a scheme, you would also give them what they call like a plot passport, which actually tells them exactly the materials that they could use. But this is like a hybrid version of that, where these are the approved materials, this is what you should use. If somebody wants to vary from that, then they have to come back and ask and say, actually, I want to do something slightly different. And we kind of expect that, really, because that's what people want to do.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Any further questions? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. So I'm just looking actually at the landscape plan for plot 6 on the documents with this application, and it looks to me like from where you come from, the second part of the building in there, in other words, the southeast pointing bit, beyond there by almost over half the length of that second building, and then going towards the southwest, is a huge paved area, which is, I think it says it's sandstone. I think, as far as I can say, it's difficult because it's looking at different scales. But it just seems to me that if you're putting a lot of hard covered area onto that site as well, you're actually still displacing a lot more. It should have some of the flooding, because I mean, obviously these were all looked at and approved pre this winter that we've had, which has had the most extraordinary rainfall storms, which we know, attributed to climate change and anticipated to be worse. And in fact, I was at a meeting with the Devon flood team yesterday, because I'm a Devon County councillor too, and they are looking at more careful looking at how managing the flooding, the extra heavy waters that come in. And I just wonder if that piece of do you know the site plan I'm looking at? There's a huge amount of covered area there, and that will displace an awful lot of water. And I'm just worried about looking at the fact that there is a wall, an old wall, that obviously there's a lot of concern around in terms of what root damage could happen if you have trees close to there. But equally, displacing a lot of fluid from there is going to direct that straight at that wall, as far as I can see.
No, because it goes back into the attenuation.
But well, the attenuation is quite a distance from there, isn't it?
Yeah, so there's a pickup point on the actual site.
So that's the site I'm looking at. So that big. So sorry, can you point, Claire, to the attenuation then that would take up from that?
That's the connection into the system.
But it's that, in terms of level, is that further south area of covered area, is that higher or lower than where the attenuation is? I know it's a bit of a, because it's quite a
Yeah.
sloping slight, this, isn't it?
So what happened was in one stage in the design, we moved a lot of the outside area. So each plot has 280 square meters of impermeable surface that can be accommodated within the attenuation system or through their soakaways. So we initially thought, okay, we can help by making that permeable so that it would actually drain into the ground. But the drainage department, Southam, said, no, we actually think you should actually make it impermeable and drain into the attenuated system. So basically, that's how the site has been balanced out, is that any surfaces, as long as they don't exceed 280 square meters, can go into the attenuation system, or if they're on a soakaway, the soakaways have been designed so that they can take 280 square meters into their soakaways. So we're actually come back to the managing of surface water on the site. If you make it so it's permeable, it's kind of changing that balance.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Thank you for that. I'll bring in Mr. Weimer.
I've seen it go green before. Just for the avoidance of doubt, I'm assuming Councillor Hodgson is talking about this area of hard standing, that sort of an L shape around at the I'm going to say north, but it won't be at the top end where there's the blue dot. That is the, and then the blue pipe run. That is the connection to the attenuation system. So that area does on the plans have is shown as a surface water drainage connection to the attenuation system.
Just for my confidence, then, that is actually, it will gravity will work that. It's not higher, because I just remember that site's being quite sloping. Is gravity going to work, or is it going to work in the opposite? You know, be a problem. So it looks on a plan, things can look perfect, but when you actually look at the topography, whether or not that's going to work.
All I can say is that both ourselves and the Lead Local Flood Authority have looked at this and are content that the surface water drainage scheme is acceptable. I can't tell you what the difference in levels are, because I haven't got that information to hand, but that's why we do consult both our drainage officers and the Lead Local Flood Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. I think that does address it.
Yeah. If I just may come back to yourself then, you're giving us assurance here that that drainage system is going to work, that from that hard standing, the drainage will be gravity fed to the attenuation point that's marked on that plot.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, basically the whole thing has been designed by specialists who have PI insurance for doing what they do.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
That wasn't very reassuring for people who got flooded like this winter.
Councillor
Well, I can do no more than use professionals to do the job.
Councillor Hodgson, that's not referring, what you refer to is not.
It's very rude of me. I apologise, sir.
Councillor Dommett.
I was just going to point out, or maybe I need to ask for clarity, but is it not the small blue arrows that are showing us the direction of the water, the groundwater draining, which goes down to that bottom corner and then...
No, that's exceedance.
What's that?
So basically, if a system failed, that would be what would happen with water actually where it would run. And so there was a whole load of modelling done on exceedance. So what happened if all the systems failed? Where would the water go? And those little blue arrows, you can see them dotted over. And basically, there's a bank put into the lower corner there, and the ground is all done so everything goes along and around and down into the streams. So even if the system failed, the exceedance would actually flow to the streams. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Steele.
Okay, just a question, has any consideration been given to allow neighbours access to the backs of those walls, which are under?
So really that comes under the Party Wall Act. And if you read into the Party Wall Act, it's quite normal. You just ask to have access and someone shouldn't refuse that access. And so that covers right across the board. So it's not to say, you know, for anybody, if you want to go and say, can I fix my wall? It's unreasonable to say, you might have to turn around and say when they want to do it and what they want to do and what work they have to do. But to actually turn around and say, you must have a right of way so that I can come in and fix my wall, you actually will end up trying to divvy the whole site up into individual things rather than treat the law as is the law and people just be normal and respectful.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Members, any further questions of Mr. Baker? Not? Thank you very much. Thank you. There was the question about the drainage and water, and what I'd like to do is take all of the speakers, and if we need to come back, we'll come back at that point. Thank you. We now move on to Ugborough Parish Council. Councillor Richard Hosking, for your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Richard Hosking, attending on behalf of Ugborough Parish Council. Having listened to the debate this morning, I have nothing further to add on behalf of the Council, unless there are any questions from members.
Thank you, Councillor Hoskins. That's very, very speedy and very quick. Councillor Allen.
I'm going to ask again about the primary school. Have you had any concerns raised with you or the parish council regarding overlooking at the primary school?
No, that hasn't arisen as an objection.
Thank you. Any questions of Councillor Hoskins? That's very quick and very prompt. Thank you very much. Thank you. At this point, while there's consideration of the sort of to come back on the issue of the drainage and water, can I just say that at this point we would have had the ward member for Ermington Ardborough, but due to Councillor de Winter living close by, she declared an interest. So therefore, I brought the this application to committee, and all I'd say is that at this point I bought it so that you could consider the application, the objections, the policy compliance regarding design, landscape and local impacts. You've heard all of the speakers this morning, and I just ask you to consider everything that has been said. So that's the reason why I brought it to committee. And at this point I will allow a 10-minute comfort break for people while the officers review the consideration of the drainage and water issues that have been raised and the condition to be able to come back before we move into debate. And landscape. So we'll have a 10-minute break while that's back at past. Thank you, members. Thank you for your forbearance on that. We now return and I'll ask Mr. Weimer to come forward with the comments that have been discussed and raised around drainage and landscaping. Thank you, Mr. Weimer.
Thank you, Chair. So if we deal with the area of landscaping immediately adjacent to the wall to the rear of to the south there, where it's got in the corner where it's got trees shown on the plan. If members were so minded, the application could be delegated approved subject to the receipt of a revised plan that shows that area to be grassed only with no trees, no hedging. That would then become an approved plan as part of the matters, and would also become an approved plan as part of the landscaping, the LEMP. I think it was condition, it's either condition 12 or 13, I can't remember. So that's that.
So just to be precise, that's plot 6 we're talking about.
Well, I don't think it's just plot 6, because the hedge goes further than the hedge goes. I think it's the bottom 2 plots. I'm not going to be precise in terms of. I don't want to suddenly say only on that plot and it doesn't go any further. So let's get. I think we're aware of what the area we're talking about. The applicant is aware of what area we're talking about, which we'll need to get a revised plan to show that the trees are no longer shown in that area. Okay. Now, in terms of groundwater, I've had conversations with colleagues. The issues of unexpected finding of groundwater when you're doing foundations is covered by building regs. So if you're doing foundations and suddenly groundwater appears, building regs will basically say you've got to stop and you've got to come up with a scheme to deal with that so it doesn't affect where groundwater goes. So it's absolutely covered by building regs. So it shouldn't be a matter that we get involved in, because we wouldn't deal with things that are dealt with by building regs.
Can I just ask on that one? So who alerts building regulators?
As a matter of course, foundations are inspected by building regs. So I think if there was a groundwater issue, generally speaking, it becomes quite apparent quite quickly, because your trench starts to fill up. So it should be noticeable when they do their inspections.
Councillor Abbott.
Good, but
thank you. We'll move on.
the groundwater might only show under certain conditions. You know, if we're in a dry season or something, then the problem will only occur later.
Possibly, but that doesn't get away from the fact it's still dealt with by building regs and doesn't fit within the remit of a reserve matters planning application. It's dealt with by building regs, I'm afraid.
This is part of our relationship with Teambridge, I think, and so are we going to be assured that this relationship is working well, that they will show up to be there? And I don't say this in a vacuum, but I don't want to be too pointed. I'm in public.
Well, the South Devon Building Control Partnership is a partnership between Southampton, West Devon and Teambridge that's hosted by Teambridge. You're absolutely correct. But in addition to that, there are a number of private companies that do building inspection work and do building regs work. It is impossible, in my opinion, for someone to build a house without having building control inspections. So irrespective, and I'm absolutely not saying there is a poor relationship with us and the building control partnership, absolutely not saying that, but even if there was, that they still would have to be doing those inspections. So the inspections would have to take place irrespective of who was in control of the building control function.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Councillor Abbott, you look as though you've still got another question there.
And so, are we now at the point of addressing the statement that was made earlier about conditions not having been fulfilled? And I don't have the number. I think one was 22 and maybe 24.
So I thought we'd dealt with that insofar as issues around access and construction routes to a planning application site. If you have an outline application, those conditions have to be applied at outline stage. They do not. You can't retrospectively put them on a reserve matters. Reserve matters isn't the principle of development. What I said was we need to go back outside of this consideration and have a look at condition 24 to see what details we've received, and if we haven't received sufficient details to cover the entirety of the construction process, at that point we'll need to see whether we need further details submitted. But it has to be outside the determination of this application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. You've had the clarification there. You've had the landscaping point that should members move that this be approved, we'd look at the delegated, that be a delegated condition there for the landscaping, and you've had the reassurance on the groundwater regarding building control. I will now move, we've had all of the speakers, I will now move into the debate on this application. And do I have anybody who wishes to open the debate? I think it's going to be Councillor Abbott, I can see.
Sorry. So if we could bring up the plan view along the line of buildings, and I guess it's one with plot 2 in the middle. So just, oh, right. Cool, my eyes used to be brilliant. So the second row is the north elevation, and so I presume plot 2 is the middle one, and there's a lot of blank wall there, but actually that's facing the north. So you wouldn't expect to have windows there, whereas I have got nothing to say. Thank you.
Councillor Abbott. Any further people wish to make comment in this? Councillor Rake. And remember, we are in the debate rather than the questions.
So I think there's a lot to like here. I think the palette of materials and the coherence of the design, to the extent that they will stay, given Mr. Baker's earlier comments about the possibility of people coming back to with applications to vary those a bit. But I think that's and clearly a lot of thought has gone into this, both from the applicant and from our teams, and that's all to be welcomed. I do have, however, a couple of reservations which can probably be quite easily overcome by persuasion from my peers, but I remain puzzled by the desire to put both solar PV and thermal PV on, thermal solar on the roofs, which, to my mind, when you see those alongside each other, it's an unnecessary mess of visually compared to having just one type of panel, as per the original objection from our strategic planning team, and notwithstanding Councillor Hodgson's point, I think that in modern systems, solar PV is the way to go. So I think we're locking potentially locking people into a sort of redundant technology. I'm also puzzled by, given all these whiz-bang modern things like air source heat pumps and solar PV, why these houses have, or most of them seem to have, practical chimneys. There are concerns about burning wood in proximity. It's not great for air quality unless it's done very, very properly. So that's a puzzle to me. I have slight concerns about some of the indicative floor plans. I think particularly, like, for example, on plot 1, where there is a home office and gym shown on the first floor, which in certain hands, and I'm not suggesting anything, but in certain hands, when these are out for self-build, becomes a sort of a Trojan horse fourth bedroom, which there you are, you can see it there. So, but so I'll listen to the rest of the debate with interest. But those would be my reservations. But as I say, overall, I think there's a lot to like. Given Mr. Weimer's comments on how the concerns raised by neighbouring properties might be addressed.
Thank you, Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I also feel there's a lot to be liked about this development. It's not easy putting in brand new buildings into a very historic setting, especially into a small village with a lot of protected land around it. It's a very difficult and often fraught planning exercise. I do think there's been a lot of quite healthy give and take. It seems that all the issues that have been raised by, or most, not touching on the civil issue, but most of the issues raised by neighbours seem to have been addressed by the applicants and also by the planning team. This is the kind of build that we keep suggesting that we want. We look at some of the new developments coming through and there's very little to like, but this one has sort of proactively addressed all sorts of issues coming forward. So at this point in time, slight concern about drainage, obviously. I would be positive and willing to vote in favour of this development. Thank you.
Councillor Allen, are you proposing?
Yes, I might as well. I'll propose in
Thank
line with officer recommendation.
Thank you.
For clarity,
yes,
subject to members agreeing, the officer recommendation, I think, is delegate approval subject to the receipt of a revised plan, removing the trees and having just grass in that area. I just want to be absolutely clear that's what you are proposing.
And there's and no concerns about drainage. So drainage has been absolutely dealt with. We don't need to put in any extra conditions around drainage. I know you answered it. I'm just clarifying for this at this point. You can just say yes, Pat.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Panel.
I'm happy to second that. And just on the question about chimneys, is there anything in our local plan that empowers us to prevent chimneys or in building regulations? I'd be surprised if there was, but I'd be enlightened if you could tell.
I'm not aware of anything that says thou shalt not have chimneys, and to be honest, in quite a lot of situations in the more historic character areas, whether they were practical or not would be one question. But quite often we would be insisting that the chimney should be shown on the design because that is an intrinsic feature of certain areas. And I think it would look odd if you suddenly had a load of properties that didn't have chimneys in certain areas. Whether they were able to be used practically or not, or whether they were effectively dummy chimneys is a different question. But I think as a design feature, they really should be used quite regularly in the more historic areas.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Councillor Steele, you had your hand.
Wait, so just that point about the hedge trigger 106 part of that, would that be part of the decision? or does that come in separately?
Sorry, I missed that.
So where we talked about putting a condition in that the hedging was done in the first planting season, would that be part of the decision?
We're going to have a hedge.
No, this is up in the northwest.
the other bit, the other
Different hedge.
Okay. Can you bring the site plan up? It is up. No, it's not. For clarity, for me, Councillor Hodgson, can you point out exactly which hedge we're talking about, please?
I'm talking about all the hedging that's proposed, apart from where we've talked about in plots 5 and 6, it not being actually trees, but around the north and the west, is that I'm assuming that's new hedging coming in there, and even on the sort of east end, sorry, the west end of the south side as well, plot 4. So where there's new hedging going in, then I think that should go in the first planting season once the site once the decision notice has been published.
I'm sorry, I'm going to challenge you a little bit. What's the logic for having the hedge in early on that top boundary when there's no neighbours the other side of it? Why does that hedge need to go in prior to any of the houses being built?
Because what it does, it starts to get that moving. Otherwise, it becomes one of the things that goes in at the very end of a development. And so the benefits of any hedging, including for wildlife and disturbance to wildlife, is met sooner, because it takes 3 or 4 years really for any hedging to start to become more than just a few sort of whips in the ground. So once they they can actually start becoming part of the overall landscape. And also where on the west side, where that's overlooking the school, then that's obviously going to be beneficial, because that's also going to be there sooner rather than, it'll be growing. The benefits of any hedging going in, new hedging for about 5 or 6 years at least, and let alone trees, you're talking 8 to 10 years really.
Okay, so
I think it's something that'd be really good to start implementing in any of our larger developments actually.
There's a difference between it being really good and practically and lawfully possible to do. But,
well, it's a practical thing. We have declared a biodiversity emergency in this council, as well as a climate one. And biodiversity thrives on having somewhere to live.
I'll come back to you. It probably should have been something on the outline consent, but I'll let me think about it and I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Any other comments, members, on the application? I'm not seeing any further comments. We have a proposer and seconder. I know there's a debate now going on about the condition there, so we'll get that resolved before we take it to a vote. But I would propose taking this to a vote once we've got clarification on the condition with regard to a trigger point on hedge planting. Before we take it to that.
Okay, for
members,
just looking at the landscape plans, for clarity, the area where there is not to be hedging, I'm assuming is from the back of number 11 around to, from the back of number 11 all the way around to the back of Little Ludderburn. Yeah. So, yeah, well, my understanding is the buildings are in between the larger building moving to the right, so they are where the wall is, so it doesn't go any further than that. I think I am comfortable that we could put a trigger on a condition on that the boundary hedges outside of that area. So what's then shown on the approved plans is the boundary hedges. Well, rather than just we're going to have to have a plan that shows which hedges and trees are no longer existing and which is grass and which is still hedged. So there'll still be a plan that clearly shows a boundary hedge. I'm comfortable that we can put a condition on saying that within the first planting season following the commencement of any of the construction of any of the dwellings. I'm not comfortable that we can put it on within the first planting season following this decision. I think it needs to be pegged to something that needs to be done on the ground. But that still bring it forward significantly from the first planting season following completion. So I'm happy that we take within the first planting season following the commencement of any of the dwellings. I think that's reasonable. Yes.
Right, members, that's fairly clear from Mr. Weimer, and obviously understand that it is a delegated approval subject to receiving the revised landscape as well. Members, we have a proposer and seconder for the officer's recommendations subject to those points. Can I please have a show of hands for those for approval? Right, those against? Any abstentions? Right, that is 8 for and 2 abstentions. That application is therefore approved. Thank you everybody who attended for that application, and thank you for your contributions and time. Thank you. We do have a changeover of officer, but that will be done as quickly as possible, and then we'll resume with the other planning applications. Thank you, members. Right, members, we are now back for agenda item 6B, which is 364425 HHO Duncan Villa. The planning case officer is Joanna Noble. And Ms Noble, if I could have your presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. So this is Duncan Villa, Duncan Street in Kingsbridge. A few of us did go out on a site visit on Monday, so are familiar with the site. It's a householder application to create a new parking area in the front of the property, accessed off Duncan Street. It is a partly retrospective application, so some of the works have already been undertaken and then paused whilst planning permission is sought. We are in a conservation area, which is part of the reason for requiring the planning permission. And this is where we are located here. So the site is outlined in red, and the area where the parking space is being created is adjacent to Duncan Street. The access will be to the side. Let's see if I can get my cursor to show. Coming in across here, and a legal right-of-way has been established across the adjoining land. The applicant does also own a small garage just off Duncan Street, which is just about here. And then there is an aerial, not entirely sure how helpful that is, but you can see, so Duncan Street is one way in this location, so coming down in this direction, there is a zebra crossing a little bit further down, you can just about see on the aerial photo, and also a small public car parking area as well. So this is the proposed elevation. So those of you who've been out on site will have seen that part of this historic stone wall has been removed at the moment. So the proposed works involve reinstating that stone wall with salvaged stone material to match the existing, and also matching the railings that are present on top of the stone wall. As we are in the conservation area, that's quite an important aspect. There will also be a small opening of about 3 meters wide created in the return, and that's where access will be to and fro the car parking space. And here is a site plan, might make it a little bit easier to understand. So cars drive down Duncan Street, pull in front of the existing garage, which is owned by the applicant, and then reverse into the car parking space, and then they can leave forward. And just a few photos of what the site looks like currently. So there's Duncan Villa in the background, obviously quite an attractive building with historic heritage features. And here is the parking space that has been created, not quite finished yet as works have ceased on the site. There are some retaining walls internal to the parking space that are rendered block. And this is what the site currently looks like from Duncan Street. So you can see where part of the wall has been removed, and there's this temporary red brick wall in place. And this is the part of the hedging and wall that will be removed to provide access to and fro the parking space. So the issues that have been raised by the Town Council and neighbours are around drainage, traffic safety and heritage. We'll go briefly through those. In terms of drainage, the original application was lacking some detail, so some further work was done by a suitably qualified engineering consultant to demonstrate that a permeable driveway was being created and that the surface water could be appropriately managed, and that a shallow drain would be put in place across the entrance to and fro the highway that collects surface water so it doesn't impact on the highway, and also will prevent any gravel material moving off the car parking space onto the highway, which is another concern. So that's all found to be appropriate and suitable by our drainage officer. And then in terms of traffic, there is a zebra crossing, as I said, just a little way down the hill from the proposed parking space, which will be in just behind this hedge here. I have again spoken to the highways officer and they've confirmed that they're satisfied this won't create an undue safety issue for traffic and for pedestrians. And the highways officer has also noted it is not uncommon in these type of situations on one-way streets for cars to reverse into a parking space and drive out forwards. And then moving on to Heritage. Heritage officer couldn't be with us today, but both Bell Richer Hill and Richard Gage are familiar with the site and with the application and provided comments. They have noted that that stone boundary wall is a key feature that needs to be preserved and contributes to the heritage value of the conservation area. And they're keen, to see this remedied as soon as possible, which is what this planning permission allows for in part. So they are supportive of the proposal provided a condition is imposed requiring a sample of the stone to be submitted to the planning authority just to ensure that the correct type of stone is going to be used. And then in terms of the side return, the heritage officers are not so concerned in terms of impact on heritage value in terms of creating that opening there of about 3 metres wide. Because there are a variety of openings down towards the lower end of Duncombe Street, and it's not as visible from the public highway and the footpath. And this is a view just looking sort of down onto the parking area from the pedestrian footpath that runs next to the property. There are grade 2 listed buildings on the opposite side of the road, and you can see those in the background there. So the officer recommendation is conditional approval. There are 4 conditions have been recommended. Firstly, the standard accord with the plans. Secondly, that the drainage is completed as approved and that that's undertaken within 6 months of planning permission being approved, if it's approved. The condition around the sample of the stonework that the heritage officers requested, and then another more detailed condition about the stonework and how it's constructed. And happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms Noble. Members, Councillor Rake.
Thank you. A couple of questions. As I understand it, any reversing being done is being done off the highway. You said that cars will pull into the little drive by the garage and then reverse into the parking area. Is that correct? We got a sort of swept path. Doug. Oh,
so this is the diagram. So I was just looking for that one that shows the cars pulling up in front of the garage and existing neighbouring parking area.
Okay, so the purpose of this is not to block that neighbouring parking area and get the cars neatly tucked away. Wonderful, thank you. The other thing is, I think I'm at risk of misunderstanding the difference between looking at a stone and looking at a panel. Because it says panel of stonework, which to me, when I read that in the report, suggested that it was a sort of sample of this is how we'll build it. Right, so it's not just looking at this stone plus mortar. And
it's sort of a 2 metre, it's quite a substantial sample size, so you can get a clear idea of what's going to be constructed.
Bring into Fullerton House on the back of a truck.
It's a condition that's been used frequently for many years. We'd expect a sampled panel to be built on site to make sure that the overall appearance of the wall that's going to be replaced is reflective of what's appropriate in that particular context.
So in other words, they start building it, we go along and we say, you're on the right lines, boys and girls.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But generally speaking, you find that quite often panels aren't built on the line, but just in case we say, no, we're not happy with that. But it'll be a panel built somewhere on the site.
Thank you. Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. My question is very similar to Councillor Rake's first one, but just in the report, paragraph 5.1 does state that manoeuvres would require stopping on the zebra crossing and reversing into the proposed parking area. Whose swept path who's drawn that swept path, and have you assurance that that's doable when in 5.1 it suggests something different?
So the applicant has provided that swept path, their agent, so that would probably be a good question to put to them. The town council has raised a proposition that maybe they would be stopping on the zebra crossing as an alternative.
Councillor Allen?
Thank you. I've also got a question about this. So from this diagram, when we went on our site visit, there were cars parked pretty much in the way of this diagram. So in front of the existing parking area there. So if this car is moving in the way it seems to be shown here, it would have to back basically where two other cars are. So I'm a little confused about how that actually works.
So there is a legal right of way established in favour of the applicant over that part of the driveway. I have also had a look at the planning permission for the conversion of the neighbouring property to flats, and that parking is shown above where that red line is in here. So 2 parking spaces are provided that don't encroach into this area here where the car would be manoeuvring.
Right, and
so that would be a matter that the applicant and their neighbours need to work through, given there's this legal agreement in place.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but potentially because there's a zebra crossing, it's on a pavement, if there's cars manoeuvring around there, I'd be concerned about safety issues if there were cars coming in and out of a very small area. And also to the right, is that the applicant's garage?
That's correct.
So the car would pull up in front of the garage and then basically back up the pavement beside those 2 cars into their own...
So it wouldn't be over the pavement, it would be over the drive. That's drive.
That's pavement.
That's pavement in front there.
Oh, but the backing would be over the drive, not the pavement.
Does the garage come right out onto the pavement?
There is a bit of a gap.
Yeah,
in
so it would be over the pavement. So in fact, this car would be driving over and then backing up the pavement beside the zebra crossing, am I right? From this diagram?
The zebra crossing is
yes, but
further
I mean,
down.
from this, yes, okay, not the zebra crossing, but from this diagram, it would be driving onto the pavement in front of the garage and then backing up the pavement for a little while before it went into its own way.
As I understand it from the drawing and being on site, it's not going to be backing up over the pavement.
Can I take it to a photo?
Because it's unclear from this diagram. Shall I have a look on Google Earth, maybe? Or...
You did have one in your presentation.
You have got one, yeah. Thank you. Is on the pavement. So it would, if so, from I don't see how they can do it. So basically, it would come down. Would it? So it wouldn't turn in front of the garage. It would be the backing part would be they'd pull into where that other car is. They wouldn't be in front of their own garage. So that diagram was wrong, wasn't it?
Just trying to zoom in a wee bit. No.
Okay.
Because the use of that garage, obviously, for a car would work because you'd only just cross the pavement. But to pull out in front of the garage and then back up, you would actually be going over the pavement. You'd be backing up the pavement, if their diagram is correct.
I don't believe you'd be backing up the pavement. Maybe the front wheels of the car would be on the pavement. I think, yeah, it's a bit hard to tell from the angle of this photograph. But I think if you ask the applicant, you would get a more fulsome response in terms of how they intend to manage manoeuvring and whether they want to remove this little wall that's there, or not wall, little stone that's there just next to the garage.
I think this is a question for the applicant. Councillor Donnet?
I wanted to dig into similar, and I thought that we were going to have the highways officer here to ask them questions about this backing up and reversing away from a zebra crossing and going over pedestrian space. I did also have just one point that I wanted to ask, because we didn't discuss it on site, and we did raise that white walls were quite daunting, but on the drawings it looks like there's going to be hedging in front of the white walls. Is that correct?
Yes, that is what is shown on the drawing, as a hedging in front of that white wall at the back that is quite obvious.
Mr. Myler, you wish to come in on the highways?
Yes, the highways officer is on annual leave this week, hence why they're not here, but I'm absolutely certain from the comments we've had and the conversations that the case officers had with the Highways Officer, they absolutely do not have any objections to the scheme as is in front of us.
Members, any further questions of the officer? If not, thank you. And we'll move now on to the speakers on this application. We don't have an objector, but we have the supporter, Adrian Witherspoon. If you'd like to come forward for your 3 minutes.
What's the benefit of taking the hedge? Can you just push the car a bit further in or something? No, because the wall, the hedge cuts. Why are they removing the hedge? Because they can't go in the front because that historic was. No wonder they tried taking the wall down. They tried to. It's been lying on the pavement for 3 years.
We've clarified a little element there. Mr. Witherspoon, if you'd like to carry on with your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I'm Adrian, and together with my wife Lisa, we bought Duncan Villa in 2022. The house was for sale for over 3 years as it needed a lot of time and money invested into it. We bought the house as we love it and Kingsbridge. We're 100% committed to restoring the house back to its former grandeur, albeit with some small sympathetic updates. For well over 30 years, the corner of the front wall has been leaning over onto the public footpath. When measured in 2022, it was 450mm overhang on an 1800 level. So bad that the cast iron lamppost was partially left in to hold the wall up. Historic images show a large established 4-metre tree in the same area. When we bought the house, this had long gone, leaving ground slip and wall dangerously overhanging. The action to remove part of the dangerous wall and build internal retaining walls was discussed on site with a representative from Devon County Council. Since 2023, we have worked with South Ham's conservation team and come up with a scheme for off-street parking, a scheme that I believe has a mutually positive impact on the local area. Between myself, landscaping architect, South Hams Council and neighbours, a plan has been drawn and submitted. It's sympathetic to the property and surrounding areas. All stone from the collapsed wall was saved. The decaying railings will be repaired. Locally sourced 30mm stone and granites will be used. The white rendered walls match the finish of Duncan Villa and flanking properties. Various soft landscaping will enhance visuals and ecology. Duncan Villa is a large 4-bedroom house. There's a small detached garage, formerly a cart barn. The garage located on Duncan Street next to number 15 has to be driven into forwards, thus reversing out onto the one-way traffic of Duncan Street. Vision is currently impaired by any vehicles parked at the end of the driveway of number 15. With the creation of the parking space at Duncan Villa, the right-of-way will become active and greatly improve vision and safety when exiting the garage. The submitted plans allow for a car to pull up off the public highway and reverse safely into the parking space of Duncan Villa. Exiting the parking space is straightforward with full visibility of pedestrians and road users. And I thank you for your time and allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Witherspoon. Members, any questions? Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Apologies, I've just realised I left my monitor on, so we didn't have things bouncing around the room. Just a couple of questions about the existing parking you've got in your garage. You mentioned that you have to drive in forwards, but if it's already been decided that you can back in, that it's safe, as the highways have said, to back into the space that you're suggesting, why is it not safe to back into your garage? Or is it an angle issue?
Yep, no. Within the garage, it has a cutout into the underground area. So you
Right.
can't reverse in unless you've got a car with an extremely long bonnet at the back.
Okay. So it's
If that makes
basically
sense.
basically a bonnet will fit in, but a boot won't. is what you're
Yes,
saying?
yeah, it's kind of an underground garage. There's not much of it above ground. Only on the right-hand side of it is above ground. The rest of it is actually below ground.
Right, thank you. And also just a question about the wall that we saw was in a terrible state, obviously,
Yes.
the corner of the wall. So you mentioned that you'd removed all the stone. There's still a lot of stone lying out on the pavement. I was wondering...
The additional stone laying there was from when they've developed next door.
Oh, so that's not your stone? That's
No,
next
but
door's
it is
stone.
part of the same development because it used to all be owned as one. And then it was the right-hand side that is blank on the drawing.
Yeah.
That was actually sold off in 2000 and then resold a few years ago, and it's now
Right.
being developed, and the stone that was uncovered inside and things like that, I got the guys to put it there to keep it because it is stone from the house.
Okay, so you'll be using that stone to rebuild the wall. Is that the...
Well, the actual official stone that's saved is in the back garden of Duncan Villa. But that stone is the same as well. So if it matches and works, we'll use it.
Thank you, Mr. Witherspoon. Any other questions, Councillor Dommett?
Can you go to the... Oh, yeah. Thanks. Whose is that car?
So the building next door was sold to two of my neighbours, and that is one of the neighbours.
So where will that car now go? Is that going to be displaced by your having room for your car in the front
No,
of your
that I
house?
think maybe possibly at the time, because it's being developed at the moment, there may have been a skip in front of it.
Councillor Dommett, the officer did say in the planning permission for that dwelling, there were 2
Yeah.
parking spaces in front of that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm just seeing
So
if
that
behaviour-
development is near completion now, and there will be 2 cars side by side tight against the house, and obviously my right of way that's been established will go into force.
Is there any work that's going to be done to the levels of the ground? Because there is like walls and boulders and things that's currently going to have to be navigated whilst you're reversing.
To the left of the garage, yes, yeah. That was an area that was knocked when delivery came. So those sort of areas there are going to be eased.
Thank you. Councillor Rake?
No, I think pretty much everything's been covered. I mean, the only thing is, it was about this that boulder. I mean, obviously it depends on the size of vehicle and stuff. But will you have to be so in the swept path diagram, the car is shown in position in the sort of its lining up position as being quite tight in to the front of the garage.
Yep.
And that's so. I mean, so your front driver's side edge will be probably overhanging the pavement. I mean, when you're in that middle position there.
I don't think you'll need to go as far forward as that.
Right.
But obviously it does sort of depend on how much pressure you're under and weather conditions.
Sure.
But there is more than enough room to perform that manoeuvre. And like I've said, the current visibility is poor when people park there, but obviously they won't be able to park there once the right of way is not established but kicks in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Abbott.
Hi. So I'd like to just go back to that boulder. I want you to stay on this slide, please. But the boulder is on that left-hand corner of your garage, your garage. In particular, are you going to remove that boulder?
Well, so it wasn't a boulder. It was a
corner protector.
No, it was more like a concreted area that got knocked off quite quickly when they were. I think the first skips arrived, but obviously it had been there for many years.
So you will clear the design so that it is almost a right angle in that left-hand side of the garage.
Smoother.
And
At the
you're going-
moment, it's quite unfinished.
Yeah, and you're going to make the gradients equal to go from where the right-hand car is back into your proposed parking space through another wall which needs to be removed.
No, it will just be like tidied up and eased. At the moment, there's lots of loose. There was no point in doing anything to it because it would just get knocked again.
Yes.
It would just be eased and then, however, matched into their drive. Okay. I'm not sure what they're doing on their drive, even though it's a right of way. That part hasn't been decided yet because there's some electrical work still to happen to the property next door, which is not relevant to this case.
So you own the car side, the right-hand car side of that garage where this concrete element is. Doesn't extend around into there? No, it doesn't. Okay, I'm going to ask.
It kind of does overlap into their driveway. Yeah,
they'll be sympathetic to your removal of it?
Yeah. It's my two neighbours that are on the left-hand side of Duncan Villa that bought the whole property.
So, who produced that swept path, and does it represent a particular size vehicle and the ability to have a turning circle which gets in the way you're convincing us that is a drivable solution there?
It was my architect that produced it. I could ask him. He is over there, if you allow me to.
I think it's a professional who's done it, so I think we'll accept.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Witherspoon? If not, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We will now move on to Councillor Edmonds for Kingsbridge Town Council. If you'd like to come forward for your 3 minutes. You can still say good morning. We'll take that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I wish to highlight here some matters that Kingsbridge Town Council feel have not been clearly addressed by the planning officer and the heritage officer, especially those that are set out in our neighbourhood plan on page 90. It's the policy B3, design quality, and I draw your attention to section G. And this relates to the JOP SBD paragraph 612. So there is no evidence that in the officer's report that the harm done by this unauthorised works have been assessed as outlined in this paragraph. Now, Kingsbridge Town Council strongly disagree with the heritage officer's assertion in their report, section 3.7 and 3.8, that the harm done to the conservation area will be magically fixed by the replacing of the partly demolished roadside wall that was demolished. It didn't collapse, and we know that. We would like to draw your attention to the unauthorised works already done before the application even went in. These are there in the photo, the stark white wall. And I'd like you to look particularly at the stone walls that surround the property and that are within the property. Looking again at the stark white wall, these to us appear to have nothing to do or have nothing in common with the many stone walls that surround and are within the property. Now, you have to now use your imagination with and bear with. Now imagine a vehicle parked in that area. This is a heritage asset in our town, and it's listed as one in our neighbourhood plan. As mentioned, there is a garage, and as mentioned, there is a South Hams parking facility, just a stone throw away from this property. Kingsbridge Town Council are requesting that you refuse this application, as we feel great harm would result to one of the town's valued heritage assets. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Councillor Edmonds.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Any questions? Councillor Rake.
Thank you. So, good, as you say, good afternoon. I suppose my first question, so the identifying points of difference and trying to find common ground. So we heard from the applicant that the wall, they didn't deny that it had been demolished, but that it was had a considerable overhang and lean over the pavement. Do you accept that?
Yes, to a degree, because if you were to walk around Kingsbridge, and in our neighbourhood plan it states that this type of walling is quite indicative of the town itself. And I live in an area further up the hill, and we have stone walls that come around and that bulge out, you know, to an alarming degree that you might say, but, you know, are perfectly safe. And this wall itself has been doing that for some time and didn't actually collapse. Well, it was actually removed.
Yes, no, there seems to be no debate about that.
I wouldn't say it was any danger. I mean, the work internally in the garden started long before that wall was removed, and it was only then when the wall started to be removed that it then went to enforcement.
Thank you, Councillor Edmonds. I think you've clarified the point. Councillor Wright?
Yes, I mean, walls don't collapse until they do, of course. And just on the, I mean, so in terms of those internal white walls, some of those would be removed by this proposal.
No, my understanding is they are remaining.
So how would you get the car in there?
Well,
then?
just the one here on the right-hand side, they're going to remove that 3 metre
Yes,
stretch.
that's what I meant by some of it would be removed.
Face on, which is, you know, the whole setting of the asset, you would now have a vehicle parked there. And I myself drive a Bongo van, and I know the height of that and the size, and it's quite a narrow van, but it's still quite tall. And we feel as the council, this really does affect this heritage asset.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Hodgson?
Thank you. So the white wall, what you're saying was being constructed since the new owners, what was there before? Is it covered up a stone wall?
I'm not sure if we have a photo. I do have something with me, but the garden went all the way down.
So it's been excavated?
Yes, it was all and you know, all of that sort of style of garden went all the way down to where the wall is, or partly demolished wall.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a picture here in the...
yeah, I can see that. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. So it's one of 6 designated heritage assets in Kingsbridge, isn't it?
Yes.
Could you explain why it was put onto the neighbourhood plan as a designated? Was it curbside appeal? Was it its age? What was the rationale?
All of that. You know, it's a early Victorian. It does say Georgian, but it's actually early Victorian, and it's a really lovely, iconic building of that time. You know, in the setting, there's a couple of other dwellings nearby that are quite reflective of that time. the fact that you come out and the photo where the zebra crossing is shows you come out of Duncan Park where there's a car parking, and you come out to the crossing and you sort of glimpse it as you come out, and then you have to cross over. There's no pavement on the opposite side there. You do walk down that side. And as you drive down the town, it's a one-way system. It is an iconic building.
Thank
We
you.
felt very strongly about that. I
Thank
was
you, Councillor.
actually working on the neighbourhood plan when it was being
Thank you.
formed, so no.
Councillor Rake.
Thank you. So just picking up on that, because again, we've heard from the applicant that this iconic building was, however, sort of on the market for 3 years. One might determine from that it was on the path to dereliction.
No, we
No, it was being.
I think
we've got-
Councillor Rake, that's asking
Yeah, that's
Councillor
subjective.
Edmonds to
Okay,
make
so
a
it was on the
supposition,
market
I
but
think.
still occupied and
Could be
maintained.
the price people didn't like. Who knows? And then they drop. Who knows?
Thank you,
why?
Councillor Edmonds. It's unfair to ask you that sort of
Yeah.
question.
Well, it may be, Chair. I'll take your on that.
No.
Councillors, any further questions of Councillor Edmonds? Councillor Allen, one more.
Thank you. It was a question I raised actually when we were on site. Possibly I'm asking the wrong person, but I was a little concerned about the amount of ground, the amount of earthworks that have taken place.
That's really a question.
It's for an
that was
officer,
a
is it,
question
rather?
for the
Yeah, fair enough.
applicant.
Yep.
It's not really
I should
appropriate.
have asked them.
Councillor Abbott. Please do.
I am chair of planning.
It would have been similar. And the context was, in my mind, that the stop on building occurred when the wall was taken down. There must have been an awful lot of material came out and skipped away to create that parking space. What does Kingsbridge Town Council want? The reinstatement of the garden?
We'd like that. At minimum, that the white walls should be of stone. That should be a minimum requirement. But that, I mean, I can't even think of that. It just makes me feel quite ill to think that we're going to have a vehicle, because nobody's addressed that. The vehicle will be in that front garden now. And for the whole setting. And I know you went on Monday, and I'm sorry I wasn't there to join you. But if you see that on a lovely day like the photo there with the blue sky, you know, the whole garden going up, it was just beautiful.
Thank you for the
And, yeah.
clarification. Thank you, Councillor
Sorry,
Edmonds.
I'm getting
Thank
rather
you.
emotive now.
Councillor Allen.
Following on from your comment about minimum of a stone wall, is that something we could condition into this, that we would have a historic stone or old stone used to back the wall rather than a hedge? Is that something we can condition in?
Mr. Wyman?
Can you give me a couple of minutes to mull that one over?
Certainly. Allow that to mull over. Members, any further questions of Councillor Edmonds? Councillor Hodgson.
So, from what I can see in the officer's report, the buildings facing on the other side of the road are listed.
Yes.
But this one isn't listed, is that correct?
No, it's grade 2 listed.
Oh, it is grade 2 listed,
Yeah.
sorry. I
Yeah.
thought it was, okay, thank you, I'm glad to hear that.
Okay.
No, sorry, this isn't a listed building. It's within the conservation area.
Yeah, and the ones on
And
the
we
other
would
side of the road
accept
are
it, we
listed,
would
aren't
accept
they?
it as a non-designated heritage asset, but I don't believe it is in itself a listed building.
That's why I'm sorry.
Councillor Nix.
Yes, so if you were walking down that road, could you actually see into that front garden from the pavement?
Yes. Yeah. It's only the height of the wall out here. Yeah, clearly.
Thank you, members. Any further questions of Councillor Edmonds? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We now move on to one of the Kingsbridge Ward councillors, Councillor O'Callaghan. Let's come forward.
Keep that one up for now. If that's all right. Thanks very much. Oops. Right. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I do have some very significant concerns over this retrospective application, focusing really on the heritage aspect and on the highways aspect. As you see from the photo, that, well, the majority of the garden has been hollowed out of Duncan Villa in this handsome Victorian house in the heart of the Kingsbridge Conservation Area, directly opposite Grade 2 listed buildings, which would overlook it, to create a parking area. So, you know, it's not an application in advance, it's been done already. I think it was done nearly 3 years ago. So the site's left with it doesn't quite look like that now, with the boundary stone wall is partially collapsed in the area of the where the light is, street light is, for that length of time. As has been said, Duncan Villa's identified in the Kingsbridge, Churchstone, West Abington neighbourhood plan as a heritage asset, one of only 6 in the town of Kingsbridge. So that's not very many, only 6. I do think, I would say that this causes harm to this historic setting. As has just been said, you can see it as you go past. It's on a slope. It's quite a steep street, Duncombe Street. So you see it as you go down, you see it as you go up. You see it from across, from the Grade 2 listed buildings and from the houses above. It's highly visible, I would say. That's the first picture you just saw there is actually it's a photograph taken from the neighbourhood plan booklet. So the key with the conservation area is that it should conserve and enhance. And I'm not entirely sure that is the case here. I'm not sure that it meets, I think it's Dev 21, isn't it, in the JLP, and BE4 in the neighbourhood plan as well. I'm not sure it meets Dev 20 on design standards. I'm not sure it meets the neighbourhood plan's equivalent, which talks about integrating with the local built surroundings. The heritage officer, unfortunately, neither heritage officer nor the highways officer is here. That's a shame. I don't agree that there is a neutral effect. So not only does it not conserve and enhance it, it's a neutral effect, he is saying. It's next door to, as has been described, the next door building, which came before this committee a while ago, as being split into 2 properties. There is quite the parking space, the area there is quite small and compact. These days, people have at least 1 car. So I'm struggling to see about how this is going to work in terms of the parking area, both visually and with regard to highways. And a van has been mentioned. I mean, if there's a van as well, that adds, you know, into the mix, into the concern I would have about the mix there as well. It is all quite small and compact. The public walks right down or up, past the garage, past the parking area, past Duncan Villa. So I would have concerns about that being busy as well in that context. And I think it could increase the visual jumble, shall we say, and there could be a jarring effect. And then the highways aspect itself, I would have access concerns. I can't see how you can't go over the pavement without, we reverse over back into the proposed parking space. So these are all the photos from the Cookworthy Museum, by the way. The view down Duncombe Street there, and I think the next one does show it. There it is. That's VE Day after the war. That's the posts of Duncombe Villa there, and that is now the parking space where those gates are, I should think. So it would be going in there. So I can't see how it can't go over the public highway, and that is, if you were on the site visit, you would have seen that it is almost practically on the zebra crossing. It's where the zigzag lines, the white zigzag lines, alert you that there is a zebra crossing. It's on a downhill. It's supposed to be 20 miles an hour. There's a lot of speeding down there. There's a lot of traffic down there. It's part of the one-way system around the town. It's one way. People go very fast in great numbers. There's already concern about a situation without this being taken into account. People going downhill and then they find a zebra crossing at the bottom. It's not ideal, really, is it? So if you've got someone reversing in that context, almost on the zebra crossing, then I think that is a concern. The highways officer is seeming to say that this is the case elsewhere, for example, in Kings Weir, I think it was said, but it's not been said, is it the case in this particular situation, which I think is quite key, isn't it? Next to a zebra crossing, on zigzag lines, at the bottom of a hill, I think it's pretty important. I would think it's key, but we've not been told. We've just been told vaguely, well, it's all right, somewhere else, probably. So I don't think that's good enough. So those are the concerns that I would have, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor O'Callaghan. Councillor Rake.
Thank you. Morning. Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, Councillor O'Callaghan. So people already have to reverse out of that garage across the pavement. People already have to navigate their way into the 2 parking spaces at the top of the adjoining drive to the adjoining property. I'm correct in that there are 2, and so presumably if they go in forwards, they have to come out backwards, and if they come out forwards, they have to go in backwards. So there is already reversing of 3 cars in this location. Is that true?
Well, I mean, I'm not monitoring the area constantly, obviously, but I think the applicant Adrian was saying that the garage I don't think is used. I mean, he'll correct me if I'm wrong. The garage isn't really used because it's not really able to be used very well. So I don't believe the garage is actually used. So that probably takes that one out of the equation, unless I'm wrong. The others, yes, you would have to do some reversing, but this adds to that. It possibly adds to it in the context of somebody being parked in a difficult situation whilst you're trying to reverse, and you're also trying to reverse into a new gap that is being created, which makes it even harder because you're reversing in, not just into the car park, you're reversing into a gap which is yet to be created into the parking space.
Sorry, you won't reverse into it until it has been created, though, will you? I mean, it's...
No,
right.
Should it be created?
Yes, should it be created?
Should it be created, you would be in that position.
Right. Okay.
Potentially.
Yeah. So, I mean, but... So, I'm just wondering about... So it's the cumulative effect of cars reversing.
I think so, yes. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Additional vehicle.
Yes. Happy with that as the answer to your question. Yep. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Looking at that road, most of those houses up there don't have garages or parking places. Do you know where most people park if they have cars down that road?
Well, it's a problem as with a fair number of towns. A lot of people don't have parking spaces. I mean, as I think the officer said, that there is a public car park directly opposite. In fact, it's quite small, Duncombe Street car park. So there is spaces there. A lot of people park on the streets around. There are in the correct parking areas, but yeah, people don't have parking largely when you live in town. It's at a premium, shall we say? But there is the Duncombe car park opposite. There is Fall Street car park at the top.
Thank you, Councillor. I think
so. That's the situation.
Yeah, situation. Yeah. Members, any further questions of Councillor Callaghan? If not, thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much.
That concludes the speakers for the application. Excuse me, and we would now move into the debate on this. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I suppose what I think is this: what's the point of having non-designated heritage areas? What's the point of having conservation areas unless they're looked after, unless the entire point of them is to make sure that they're protected and enhanced? The sort of whittling away at conservation areas you can see everywhere, and it does have a detrimental effect because it's sort of one thing happens and then another, and before long you lose the overall look of the place, which is obviously what Kingsbridge Town Council wanted to preserve. So I very much acknowledge that. I also acknowledge the fact that it seems, taking, as Councillor Ake mentioned, a sort of a difficult parking situation anyway and making it worse. So I realise that there's difficulties with cars going in and out of there anyway. I don't see the point of making that worse. I think whatever the highway officers, and it is a shame that they're not here, I think driving backwards and forwards over the only pavement in that area, because don't forget it's only down one side of the street, well, there's fast moving cars coming down and a zebra crossing just there on the other side of a children's playground or a small park cause me concern. Thank you.
Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. Of course, this is a problematic one. That's why it's here. But when I look at that context on Street View, I see a car parked. It's got an electric charging point right in front of the Grade 2 listed buildings, opposite this this one in the Heritage Centre. Seems to be parked across a double yellow line, but there we are. And in front of the wall, which was knocked down, we have two lampposts. One, we're given to understand, remains even though it's only about the height of the wall because it was holding the wall up. But not, I mean, why is there any lampposts there at all if this is the view that was being protected? What I see in white is white everywhere. As you come down the hill, 2 or 3 buildings, you've got white against white on this particular building. You've got white on the garage, which isn't a garage. As for parking on the pavement, you know, car manoeuvring happens, and the driver will have to look out. It is in the zigzag area, but it's not on the zebra crossing actually. And they won't, presumably they won't be leaving their car. They will be going back as soon as pedestrian traffic allows them to reverse back, and that's one car off the street. So that's a good thing. In common with my colleagues, I think it's fair to say, don't like retrospective applications, but here we are. We are to treat them all in the same way, according to the government, as if it was a new application. And the garden was lovely. But okay, so these are my rambling thoughts in the context of, okay, this was a nice building, had a lovely garden, life moves on a bit, and I'm not easily persuaded either way, and I think that is indicative of some of the later arguments there that they're not all convincing. I've stopped.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Wyman, you just want to come in?
Yeah, I honestly can't remember who asked me the question, so we can whether you. So. Yes, I've double checked the application. The application does include the provision of the car parking space, the excavation by the provision some way, and the height of that wall I think would require planning permission. So I think yes, so therefore the application does cover the white rendered wall. So therefore I think if you are unhappy with the finish of those walls, then yes, you could put a condition on saying that they should be stone faced. But it'd be details of how it. What I'm unsure about is what is the width of the area, and if you then properly stone face it, so the stone is going to be that sort of width, whether that then renders the parking space unusable because it makes it too narrow. But you, as we said in the officer presentation, what is in front of you is the proposal to plant a hedge in front of that wall in any event, so that that back wall would, in time, be screened by the hedge that's proposed on the plans. But I think we probably need to have a condition to ensure that that hedge is actually planted.
Thank you, Mr. Wyman. Right, move on. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. I think we allow damage to our heritage areas, places that we love and are part of, the day-to-day of reminding us about the history. And if we're not careful, we can allow cars to be the new architects, and the cars are getting bigger and more overwhelming and become more of a deterrent to people actually wanting to not drive everywhere, but maybe want to walk and get the bikes out. And so the pavement that's here is quite important, and the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit is obviously important for that. But what I'm in, that the picture that showed the old photo that showed what the garden was like there would have been very much part of the vision of and the setting of that villa. I hear that it's not listed, but the buildings opposite are, and the whole street has that quality to it. And I actually will, as much as I appreciate that it's, we want convenience when we're using our vehicles and doing things, but actually I think we should refuse this, because I think there is provision for some parking. And I think the damage that's been done, especially with the because this is retrospective, we have the benefit of seeing what it looks like. And I think it really jars that the garden has gone and we're looking just at a plain white wall. And okay, we won't be looking at a white wall, we'll be looking at a hedge that in a few years' time might start to cover that. But in fact, the hedge will be deeper. If it's a good hedge, it'll be deeper than a stone wall. So it's, it's not going to make any difference to the amount of space lost if that's the concern. But I think the garden should be reinstated. To take away a heritage feature like that garden, which was very much part of the setting, I think is a pretty big loss to the area, and I'm therefore proposing refusal on basis of the adverse impact on the conservation area. Is that good enough?
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. You've proposed refusal. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Carson, have you proposing refusal? Thank you. Oh, seconding refusal. Thank you. The reasons for refusal, Councillor Hodgson?
As I say, it's obviously the reference to the neighbourhood plan, which I know they're a bit wobbly at the moment with all the new ONS, but nevertheless, heritage assets and conservation areas are still part of the policies. And I think the fact that it is Duncan Villa is identified in the neighbourhood plan as a heritage asset and should be assessed in accordance with that policy that's quoted there. And I think this application and the work that's been done has had an adverse impact on the heritage area.
I'll bring in Mr. Weimer. Yeah.
Firstly, on the point of the neighbourhood plan, just for clarity, the only policies in the neighbourhood plan that I would argue are out of date are policies that are specifically in respect of the location of new housing. So any policies in a neighbourhood plan that are other things, such as heritage assets, heritage conservation area policies, in my view, I think probably still do have weight. Certainly with the JLP, they have weight. I've always had a little bit of a philosophical issue around how you can have a list of non-designated heritage assets, because as soon as you have a list, you then designate non-designated assets, which is I always have a little bit of philosophical issue with that. But fundamentally, it's a building in the conservation area. So the entirety of the conservation area is a heritage asset in its own right. So whether it's NHDA or not, it's in the conservation area. What I'd like to get to the bottom of is, I think the reason refusal needs to be precise. What is it about the proposal that has an adverse impact or does not preserve and enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area? Is it the change of levels, the excavation and the retaining walls, and then the use of a parking area, or is it just the retaining walls? Or I think we just need to be clear, because this, if it goes to appeal, this will be drilled down in some level of detail.
Okay. So I think it's, as you just described, actually, the first bit you described, which is actually the impact of the change of use from a garden to a car parking area.
Sorry, can I be really rude and interrupt you there? It's not a change of use, because the parking of a car in a domestic situation isn't a change of use of land. So we've got to be careful about language. I can say, so it's the
change
is it the creation of the, I want to use the word sunken, but I don't quite mean it. Is it the creation of an excavated parking area?
Yes.
I mean,
but also it's the impact of on the curtilage change from in terms of landscape impact from a garden to a parking area.
Yeah, the loss of
yeah.
Changing the visual aspect of the front
elevation.
Yeah, loss of
yeah.
Policy Dev 21.
And I was just about to say the buzzard barrier, yeah. And the impact on biodiversity.
What evidence have we got? What evidence can I put in front of the inspector that there's a loss of biodiversity? So we've got no idea.
Net loss of habitat. Not a lot lives on a car park, but there's a lot lives in a garden.
Can I just bring in Councillor Carson, who seconded, for a comment?
Well, Policy Dev 21 requires development proposals to sustain the local character and distinctiveness of the area by conserving and, where appropriate, enhancing its historic environment. I don't think that digging out its garden does that.
Councillor Allen, do you wish to come in on this as well?
Yeah, it's a sort of broader question in a way. I mean, the point about sort of designating something as a non-heritage asset, there are points to it which are of value to the surrounding area and of admiration, but it's subjective. It's a very difficult point to say that the loss of a heritage asset is a loss, because how do you equate that, unless you say if you remove this bit of wall, if you paint it a different colour. So it's a subjective issue anyway. So it must be covered within the neighbourhood plan. If a certain number of elected members have agreed and voted on, also goes in front of the town, of course. So there's a collective acceptance that has value in that area, and it's been signed and sealed within a neighbourhood plan. So although it's subjective, enough people have that same subjective view. It's really garbled, but do you know what I mean? Yes, you do. Thank you.
Mr. Weimer?
It's a subjective thing, but it's been voted on, is basically what I'm saying.
Thank you. Mr. Weimer, do you have reasonable reasons? I have other people who wish to. I'm trying to be very careful what I say there.
So this has been looked at by two of our heritage officers. both of whom are content that it doesn't cause adverse impact on the conservation. I'll finish and then I'll come on the area. The reason you've given, particularly the Councillor Carson, the way that was phrased, is a logical reason for refusal. Personally, I disagree because our heritage officers have come to a different conclusion. But yes, I think that is a reason. But I would need, given that the heritage officers have put in writing that they don't have a problem with it, if it goes to appeal and if it goes to a hearing, then I would need the proposer and seconder to be there to put the council's case.
Mr. Weimer, can I just raise the point and agree with you? In the report at 3.8, it does say officers conclude that whilst the unauthorised works did cause harm to the conservation area, the proposal that is the subject of this planning application will largely remediate that harm and the residual impact will not be material. It's not fulsome. There is still some concern there, I would say.
The fundamental concern was the loss of the front wall and the demolition of that wall. That wall has gone. You'll never be able to replicate it 100%. No matter how you do it, you'll never be able to replicate it 100%. And I think the applicant arguer say, well, you shouldn't because it was leaning so much that it was a danger. So you shouldn't replicate it exactly how it was. So there was that was their main concern.
Yeah.
The replacement of that wall as indicated in the application with redone in reclaimed stone to look as close to the original as possible did mitigate the harm to as much as it possibly could, to the extent where the heritage officers were both happy with that their initial concerns had been resolved.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. I've got a number of people who are sort of indicating they wish to come in on this. We need to sort of, please, if you can.
Thank you. I think this is a case of sort of what's the point of a neighbourhood.
Can you sort of focus on the reasons for refusal?
No, this is a focus on it. It's about the fact that where heritage officers can overlook the concerns of the town council and the neighbourhood plan. So you have an elected group of people who have been asked by the government to vote on and propose heritage assets, which mean a lot to them in the town. That proposal is very heavily controlled and very difficult to do, but you do get a consultation with the whole town and it's voted on. And the fact that the town has voted for this should weigh something. So if a town has decided that should be a heritage asset and this should be something which is of value to the town, for a heritage officer to then go in and say, well, not really, or different parts of this, it seems to be one heritage officer against the whole democratic vote of the town. It's a thought.
It's a thought, but I have to say that the heritage officers are qualified. They are they do protect the heritage assets in this area. I've worked with them well, and I think they were focusing on the wall, which was the main concern, as Mr. Weimer has said. I have a number of other people who wish to sort of come in. Do you still wish to come in on this? I have Councillor Panel.
Yeah, just to say, I had no issue with the highways aspect of this, which we looked at first when we went on the site visit. We couldn't see inside behind the wall when we were first there. When we went up to the pathway above and looked at it, I was absolutely shocked at the scale of the excavation. And from what I can see, the excavation is going to have to go deeper to match the ground level of the approach from the road. We don't often at planning have the benefit of seeing visualised what will be the result of the application in front of us. In this case, we do, and I think that the excavation, that is major engineering works, and that amount of soil being removed from the garden in front of that villa changes the aspect and amenity to the town of that villa, and I feel very strongly that it's too much for a conservation area and a heritage asset to take that much land away.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. And I have Councillor Rake as well.
Thank you, Chairman. So I've been thumbing through Google Street View images. You forbade me from asking whether the quality of this asset had deteriorated over time, so I'm going to assert it that over the last 15 years or so, there has been a marked deterioration in the visual quality of this asset. And having been the steward of a Grade 2 listed building for the last 30 years, I know that there has to be some give and take. We need people to take on these things, which, you know, we were just looking at some lovely new builds that we approved, and they're going to be a lot cheaper to live in than something that you're going to have to care for, in part on behalf of your neighbours. You know, it's an externality. You're doing it as a public good as well as for your own private benefit, to refer back to Mr. Fairbairn's comments at the beginning. And there has to be some give and take in that. And I don't know quite on which side of the line this falls. But I think you know, it would be a much worse outcome for the applicants to think the game's not worth a candle, walk away, and yet again put the overall future of this asset in doubt. I'd also point out that a decade ago, the driveway in question, from a highways point of view, was the entrance to a commercial parking space, albeit of a funeral director, so you're not expecting much footfall, I guess. But I mean, you know, people have been driving over that bit of pavement for a long time, and presumably, therefore, also reversing out. So, I'm not convinced to persuade. I'm not persuaded fully that, if at all, that I should vote in favour of rejection.
Thank you. Councillor Ray. Councillor Hodgson, you wish to come back as the proposer?
Yeah, I think.
Take this as the last sort of comment.
Yeah, I think for me, until Councillor Edmonds raised and brought the photo of the garden, I didn't realise that the excavation had been unauthorised and was sort of effectively part of this, that we were authorising that excavation. And I think that's where, you know, the point you've raised, which is 3.8, when it talks about whilst the unauthorised works did cause harm, that's the bit that's mentioning this. But then it just goes on to the subject of this planning will largely remediate that harm. But I think there is, you know, that's maybe the power of this committee to work out whether or not we accept that the harm that has happened because of that big excavation, and as said, maybe it's going to be even more, and the fact that it's been reflected, instead of doing it with some sensitivity, as has been suggested, around maybe rebuilding that back wall with stone, would actually soften the whole thing. I think we're opening the door to a mess, to be honest, and I think it's something we could regret, and I think it's important that we stand up for the conservation areas and what gives them the integrity, and what gives them integrity is their setting, and that, you know, what would have been probably, might have been a bit neglected, but a garden setting that could be restored rather than a massive excavation site, which I think really takes away from that sense of the house coming into the street with that linkage, whereas a big hole with whether or not it's got a car stuck in it or not, and a big white wall, I think it's really had, for me, quite a, you know, not completely catastrophic, but certainly it's sort of quite a significant impact. And that's why I propose refusal, because I think the garden should be reinstated. I mean, I thought we were just looking at the wall to start off with, but, you know, the little front wall. But then, you know, because it doesn't seem to really have actually considered the impact of that excavation.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. We've had fairly extensive commentary on this and debate on this. We've had reasons for refusal, Mr. Weimer, that you, if you can confirm.
In terms of the reason for refusal based on the adverse impact, failure to preserve and enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area, in effect.
On that basis, members, I will take this Councillor Rake.
Just quickly on a point of order, I think that earlier comments saying that that our heritage officers had overlooked the neighbourhood plan and not given it any weight. I think that if in thinking that Mr. Weimer and others might have to defend this at appeal, I don't think that should be. I think that should be sort of struck from the record. Our heritage officers always work in accordance, in full vision of, some would say too zealously, in full vision of the relevant plans and weightings.
I'd just like to say that's not what I said, not what I meant. My point was...
In which case we're in agreement.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I'm fully in agreement with the heritage officers and what they do. My point was there'd been a democratic vote supporting the house. That's all it was.
I can be quite clear that the heritage officers totally accept this is a heritage asset. They've come to and so they have properly considered it. They've come to the conclusion that the reinstated front wall results in a reinstated front wall and the hedge results in an acceptable development and an acceptable impact on the heritage asset and the conservation area. So they've properly considered it. They've come to an alternative. If it's refused, have come to an alternative view, but it doesn't mean that they haven't looked at it properly.
And I think I'd reiterate the work that the heritage officers do, and I don't think any decision of this committee would be a criticism of them, whichever way it goes. I think they do, I have to say, an admirable job in a very difficult circumstances with the planning regulations we have and the demands. Thank you, members. We now will take this to the vote. We have a proposer and a seconder for refusal. Sorry, Mr. Weimer.
Well, this vote would be delegated refusal subject to the details of the reason for refusal being agreed by the chair, proposer and seconder.
Apologies, thank you for that correction, or bring me up. Members, on that basis, we will take it to the vote. Can I have a show of hands for refusal, please? Can I have a show of hands for against refusal, please? We have 5 for refusal, 5 against refusal. We have, as the chairman, I have the casting vote. We have the comments on the various points that have been raised. On the highways, we have the comments of the highways officers. On the heritage impacts, we have the comments of our heritage officers and our planning officers' review of all of that. I've heard and taken on board the considerable comments of the town council, the local ward member, and those members who spoke against this application, but I am going to cast my vote against refusal, members, and that is against refusal. So that vote for refusal falls as such. And we now need to move to the officer's recommendation for, we need a proposer and seconder for the officer's recommendation of approval. Please go ahead.
Are we able to encourage foliage on that front fence to hide the car from the street view?
On the railings of I don't know where any foliage would be rooted, would be my first. And my other question is that I think it's it's almost a double-edged sword, isn't it? You're hiding one thing, but you're also hiding the railings, which are an historic feature. So do you want to hide that historic feature to hide a... So I honestly don't know where you would plant anything. So you'd have a row of planters on top of the wall.
Mr. Weimer, thank you, Councillor Dommett, for raising that. But I think that I would prefer to see, as was discussed before, a clear condition on the finish of those retaining walls. All retaining walls that are, new retaining walls that are in place to be stone faced in keeping and to match the local stone of the area, so that they do match the, walls that are within the curtilage and the walls that are without. And obviously we're seeing the sort of the restoration of that front wall using local stone in such a way. I think any retaining walls that are left need to be stone faced.
To come back to that, the surrounding walls are all white, so I'm not, like the white walls aren't bothering me, but changing them to stone isn't going to hide a car. The car will be in front of that.
I agree, but the question then is if you're digging in and placing, and we've heard previously in a previous application of planting against the foundations of a stone wall, there's an issue there. Councillor Hodgson, you were...
So you could put actually planting behind that wall, and I appreciate what's being said about the potential for roots affecting the wall, but you could put something down and then plant lower, and then so you'll just get the foliage up behind the railings, so you'll still see the railings, but you would, so you're not going to have planters on top of the wall, you'd have it down on the ground and just growing up. I mean, you see that in quite a lot of places, and it does give some extra screening.
Councillor Pannell.
Just going to say, at the site visit, when we were in the street, before we went round the corner, I couldn't see over that wall, beyond that wall. I wouldn't be able to see a car that's behind it. Well, I think the level is going to be as it is or even lower. It's not going to be any higher than it is on the other side. But you've got the height of that wall, which goes higher as you come down the street. I'm just reflecting that I couldn't see over that wall, and it wasn't until I went around the corner that I could see the excavation.
We've gone through the debate. We now need to move for a proposer and a seconder for the officer's recommendation. I'm prepared to propose. Officer, no, but I would want conditions there. I'm not too sure about the planting, but I certainly would prefer to see, as was indicated by the town council, as a sort of one of their views, although they didn't like it, would be to have that stone face so that it more accurately or better reflected the vernacular around there, as you can see, of the various walkways and the many sort of stone walls there, and reflecting the sort of other sort of properties around. I would prefer a condition there if we can have it for stone walls. I'm not sure about planting to screen at the front, because that could detract from the setting anyway.
Yeah, I think it needs an additional condition and an amendment to an existing condition. So I think the additional condition is that the existing white painted or white rendered retaining walls are stone faced in accordance with the sample panel that there's already been asked for as part of another condition. So I think we just need another condition to say, however the front wall's done, the other walls need to be faced. Face is the wrong word, because you wouldn't expect the stone to be turned up and plonked on. It have to be effectively new walls in front of it to hide them. I think it'd be unreasonable to say you've got to take those retaining walls down and build a new stone wall up in its place. But I think it's reasonable to say you put something in front. So yes, we can cover that with condition. Again, I would suggest a delegated approval subject to the conditions being signed off by chairman, proposer and seconder, and that gives us a chance to draft the conditions that we clearly understand where you're going with those stone walls.
Councillor Donat.
With adding that much width by creating those stone walls, will that not be asking that more of this garden is excavated?
Looking at the plans that are in front of us, as I think Councillor Hodgson mentioned earlier, what's being proposed is a hedge along the back wall. I suspect a new stone wall is going to be a similar width, or certainly any wider than that hedge. So I don't think the parking space is going to be narrowed. Whether it would be shortened to the extent.
Can you stick the plan view up? So are you suggesting only doing that back wall where the hedge is currently?
I'm suggesting that the officer's recommendation is acceptable. So I'm trying to interpret what members are saying.
Mm-hmm.
So if members are saying the white walls need to be have a stone wall in front of them or stone face in front of them, what I'm saying is the wall at the back where it's showing a new hedge, you could probably get a stone wall in that area without significantly reducing the width of the car park, because it will be of a similar width to the hedge. I am not sure about the wall to the if you're reversing in the wall that would be behind the vehicle, because I don't know how much that would whether that would shorten the space to the extent that it's no longer usable. My personal view is that it's probably I would think it's probably enough just to cover the back, because that's the one if you're going to see at all, it's going to be that back wall you'd see. I don't know how much you'd actually see the little bit of wall on, as we're looking at, on the right, or the wall on the left. So if I was in your position, I'd be saying, yeah, I'd want the back wall stoned, but I wouldn't necessarily want the rest of it, knowing it doesn't affect the parking space.
I think if you look at that, as you enter that parking area, the wall by the villa itself says natural stone-faced retaining wall. Then it runs round to retaining with a hedge in front of it. So that's already a stone-faced retaining wall there for the back. I'd say that the depth of that parking, I can't see it, but I would prefer to see, if we're going to do it, that wall up against the existing wall, which is an existing wall that runs down from the path. I would like to see it, the whole entity, done to reduce the visual impact of that. But that's a sort of, Councillor Abbott, you wish to come in?
Thank you. Personally, as I was trying to give in my long litany of issues, I see the white reflecting the white of the house behind it. But if people don't want that, even if there's to be a hedge as is proposed there, why don't we just paint the whole thing grey? And never mind about a stone. And the grey will stop the white shining through the hedge. It'll reduce the impact of that white stark finish, which will have to be updated regularly.
Councillor Hodgson, then Councillor.
I just wanted to share something that Richard Gage has approved, and the Ashburton Road wall that was originally built in brick, which was obviously against their planning, and I eventually managed to get that clad, and it didn't add an awful lot of width, and it was actually tied into the brick wall, because that was an engineered wall, so it was a difficult one to kind of change completely to stone. If you so the history of that, and that has worked fine, because they had a limitation actually on the pavement because it was a joint cycle plan. So I think that didn't come very thick at all actually in the end, and so it doesn't really have to add too much, and it's not like having to build an 18-inch stone wall. You can actually clad it. And
thank you.
So Richard really had to advise on that.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I'm finding it quite depressing, the dismissal of certain councillors to what matters to the people of Kingsbridge and to the Town Council in Kingsbridge. Obviously, they're finding this a complicated and upsetting development, so I think dismissing their concerns as it doesn't really matter, just make it grey, a bit upsetting.
Members, we could keep going around this, and I am happy to propose acceptance on the basis of conditions, as I said, about the retaining walls being faced in stone faced. Do I have a seconder for that Councillor Nix, thank you. Are there any other comments that members wish to make? If not, if Mr. Weimer is content that we, with regards to the conditions.
Delegated approval subject to conditions setting out stone facing of walls or, yeah.
Members, we're going to take this to the vote now. Those all in favour of the officer's recommendation subject, all those in favour, can I have a show of hands, please? Those against? That is 7 for and 3 against. Therefore, that this application is approved, subject to the points that Councillor Mr. Weimer raised about approval of the conditions. Thank you, members. We will now, I know time is racing on and we've taken longer on this. I propose that we move on to, because the applicants and others have been sitting very patiently through all of the time for the previous two, to move on to agenda item 6C. We, once Councillor Panel comes back, we have the same officer, Joanna Noble. Okay, thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Right, members, we'll now move on to agenda item 6C, which is 350325 HHO, Robins Nest, Dipford, and the planning case officer is Joanna Noble. Joanna, if you can take us through your presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Robins Nest, Dipford, it was originally a barn, was converted to a residential dwelling some time ago. It doesn't really retain much of its traditional agricultural sense, so it's very much a domestic dwelling now. The proposal is for a 2-storey side extension and then a single-storey extension to the rear as well. And the side extension is to provide for a sort of workshop storage area on the ground floor and an additional bedroom on the upper floor. And then the extension to the rear is to provide for additional dining and living space. So this is the site outlined in red. So this is Robins Nest here, if I can get my cursor there. The applicant does also own land out beyond the red line, which forms more of their garden and amenity space, and there's also a bit of a paddock as well. There is a new build in this location here that used to be a former barn, so the boundaries have changed slightly from when this block plan was created. And then there is a neighbouring property, Cross Farm, here, which was probably the original farmstead, farmhouse. And there is the aerial view. You can see the new build is where the sort of construction works are underway in this photo here, just to sort of get you orientated. And this is an overview, a site plan. So this is the side extension here, which is really the reason the application has been brought to the committee is because of concerns raised by the parish council and by neighbours about overlooking onto Cross Farm. So this shows the new window, that's really the window in question on the first floor, and Cross Farm here. And this is a proposed elevation. Again, this is the side extension, and here is the window in question. Similar in size and character to the other windows that already exist on the dwelling. And if anyone's interested, this is just what the other elevations look like as well. So at the rear, there will be this single-storey extension, and no windows proposed in the side extension facing the new build because there's not a huge distance between those two properties. And then that's just a floor plan of the site showing the workshop at the ground floor. So this is the ground floor plan. The workshop's here on the right-hand side. And then the first floor just showing that it is indeed a bedroom. And this is, apologies for my poor photography, that is what the dwelling currently looks like from the principal elevation. And so the extension will be just to the right, sort of off the screen. And that's what's there currently on the site of the extension. There's a wooden shed. So the key issue and why the application has been called to committee is neighbour amenity. Just showing you that picture again so you can get an idea of bearing. So the distance between that window there and the boundary with Cross Farm is about 10 metres to this wall here of Cross Farm. That wall doesn't have any windows in it. And then there's a boundary, sort of, it's a bit of an odd boundary because it sort of cuts in here and then the boundary fence runs along there. So this is a picture taken from within the garden of Cross Farm. So this is looking towards the new build in the distance. There is a sort of dining area conservatory here. There's a greenhouse further in the garden nearer to the proposed extension. I'll sort of show you a bit of and I'll step through. And this is a photograph taken from sort of the raised patio area adjacent to where we saw that dining room. Let's see if I can. So I'm sort of standing about here. So that's Robin's Nest you can see in the background there. So the extension will be here where my cursor is. That makes sense. And then I took a picture from much closer to the greenhouse area, and that again you can just see Robin's Nest in the background there. So the recommendation is that the application be approved with conditions around the time limit for undertaking works in accordance with the approved plans, and also implementing the drainage in accordance with the approved plans. Compared to the guidance given in the supplementary planning distance, there is a sufficient distance between the window and the neighbours not to cause an undue overlooking issue. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Members, questions? Councillor Dommett.
And we have no issue with the neighbour amenity with the building that's a metre away.
The new build,
Yeah.
no, there's no windows in either sort of those gable ends, no overlooking created. You'll see the orientation of that new build is very much looking sort of away from Robin's Nest.
Then we're also overlooking the end of the cross farm that doesn't have any windows on it.
So this window here looks into sort of a direct line of sight to the corner of Cross Farm. There's no windows in this elevation here.
Members, any further questions? The officer, Councillor Allen.
You mentioned on site that there were being concerns raised about the use of the workshop. I mean, is there any evidence for sort of use of machinery or anything else that could create a disturbance?
There is no evidence has been provided. I think one of the representations that was in support but did raise a concern that they would be concerned if the workshop became more of a commercial enterprise at some point in the future. If that happened, it would be a change of use and then would need to go through it.
Thank you. Members, any further questions of the officer? If not, thank you. We have speakers on this. The first is Lucy Carroll, objector. Thank you. Have your 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Lucy Carroll. I live at Cross Farm with my family. We're certainly not objecting to the principle of extending this property. Our objection is focused on one specific element, which we feel is an unnecessary loss of our privacy. The proposed first floor window in the new story side extension does overlook principal living areas of our property. It's not a conservatory, it's our dining room. So we strongly disagree that the suggestion that the line of sight is limited. There are some further photographs in a moment, but there is a direct and uninterrupted view into our dining space and onto our main patio area, which spaces which both our young children spend much of their time in. So we feel it's unacceptable and it's contrary to established planning policy. We're also disappointed that despite several direct requests to the applicants and their architect, no one visited our property to have a look at the line of sight. A short visit we feel would have been helpful. By contrast, the applicants did write to us and confirmed they would be willing to obscure the glaze the window, but yet this assurance has not been reflected anywhere in their submitted plans. JLP policies Dev 1 and Dev 2 are explicit in requiring the protection of neighbouring amenity, including privacy. National Planning Policy Framework reinforces this by requiring developments to secure a high standard of amenity for existing and future users. As currently designed, we feel strongly that the window will not meet these requirements. There is also an issue of consistency in this committee's decision-making. Under application 230423 VAR, relating to the barn adjacent to Robin's Nest, the council required the first floor window, which also faces our property, to be obscure glazed, even though that window actually we feel has less impact than the one proposed here. That condition you imposed to prevent overlooking and protect our amenity. So we feel the circumstances here are directly comparable. Given this precedent set by your committee, the clear policy basis, we are simply asking for the same reasonable safeguard to be applied. We respectfully request that should your committee be minded to approve the application, it does include a condition that the proposed first floor side elevation window is obscure glazed. Thank you. Can you just flick on, please? So you can see the black is where it looks in. Oh. Oh, well, I sent a number of documents, but there were a number of pages to it. Right, well, that's frustrating. So essentially, if you sit in the sunroom, you can see straight up into that window and it looks down onto us sat where we're eating. Apologies, I don't know why that's not come through to you. So we had a series of photos from sat down on our dining table looking straight up into the window. Don't worry, it's fine. I did send a few sheets. Don't worry. I actually gave that job to my husband, so it's fine. But essentially, what you probably can't see is the topography, which is but it's higher. So we're sat down at a lower level in that dining room, looking up. The photo does a better thing of that. The other photo that I didn't show is a better picture of where the barn is and the window that they have that overlooks it's obscured. Don't worry. So essentially to the right of that, where the barn is, they have a window that is obscure glazed that looks sort of halfway across, like another few metres in. We just feel it's quite similar. Don't worry, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm not going to share my screen.
Oh.
So, because what it is the images are underneath.
Okay.
They're not side by side.
Okay.
It's the way they've been
Oh, it's my fault, sorry.
No, that's fine. We can share
Okay.
my screen.
Oh. Sorry.
Hopefully the technology is going to work.
These photos better be exciting now, haven't they? Okay, so that does bring it to life a bit. So if you see, we can imagine where the gap for the new extension for the Taylors is going in, and then the barn, that ringed window is one that's obscured. But actually, bizarrely for us, that actually doesn't really look into our. It's annoying having a window there, but it doesn't look into our dining space in the same way. It just looks in the middle, so it is sort of comparable. And I don't think I had any more. I might have had one from the dining room. Oh, no, the one before. So that's us sat. Oh, no. Yeah, so that's kind of, I'm stood in the corner of our conservatory. I'm not sat down, but if I'm sat down, that would be the line. Thank you. Sorry about that mix up.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Right, now we can go to any questions, Ms. Carroll. Councillor Allen.
So basically, your request would be for glazed glass in that window?
Obscured glaze.
Obscured
Yeah.
glaze,
So I ran out of time. We're very supportive of the build. We're friends with our neighbours. Absolutely delighted for them. That house will be great, bigger. It'll be better for all of us. We would love the barn to get finished, but that's a separate thing. But no, really excited for them. So it's just that obscured glasses. And we feel that's reasonable given that that was the condition that we had on the barn as well. So it's just that parity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any further questions, Ms. Carroll? Councillor Powell.
The other window you referred to in the barn, is that a domestic space or is it a passageway?
No, it's going, well, it will be a bathroom apparently.
Right.
I actually don't, yeah. I just know it had to be obscured.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Members, any further questions? If not, thank you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about the pictures.
We'll now move on to the supporter, Alan Houston. Mr. Houston, your 3 minutes when you've got time.
Thanks. I don't have any slides, so I'm just going to refer to them like that. I hope you can still see what I'm looking at. So,
It's very difficult.
too small to see.
Very
If we
difficult
could go
members.
back to the plan, and I think I can work.
I think
off
if
that
you can
fine.
just talk to the plan,
Great.
that would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a two-bedroom house at the moment. There's the master bedroom and the two kids are sharing a bedroom upstairs. They're about 7 and 9 years old. And so the principle of having a third bedroom seems to make good sense. Workshop will be a residential workshop downstairs. And so we're quite comfortable with a slender 2-story extension. I've been working in South Hams for 15 years and my planning consultant is Jill Baker of Totnes Planning. We both met on site immediately, and this is the gable wall that we're looking onto of the farmhouse adjacent Cross Farm. We checked the distance. We've got paragraph 135 where we can see we're not having an issue with the distance, and so we didn't have any issue with having a window in that location. We attended the parish because we were aware that they were concerned with an overlooking issue. And at that point, we presented the proposals to them and confirmed that there was no issue of overlooking to do with the 45-degree rule. We did quite a bit of research into the actual form of the building, the actual location of the window, actually setting up a step ladder at our side so we could get a view down, and what we can get a view down onto.
Mr. Houston, there's nobody
I
else
don't
who's
need the
viewing this can't
visuals.
see it, so I think if you can just talk us through it.
What we believe we can look down to from the position of where the window is going to be is the greenhouse, and we can't see a view of anything beyond the greenhouse. There's a certain amount of hedging, which looks like it's really quite high, which has been planted in along the boundary to the barn. And I just kind of feel that although we take it very seriously, I think as you can see, we're at 45 degrees and we're looking onto a gable wall. I would be hard pushed to draw a line from this plan to pick up on anything looking towards the conservatory. And I think the real issue here is to do with what happened historically at the barn with their obscured glazing looking into the back of Cross Farm. And I can see that maybe is questionable, but I don't see that the window, the small kids' bedroom dormer window, has the capacity to look into certainly doesn't look onto the house. And so I followed through with a meeting on site with the case officer. We spoke through it. We both agreed, in our professional opinion, it's not possible to have any loss of privacy. We're certainly not looking into the house. We're certainly not looking onto any windows. There's the capacity we may be looking onto some aspects of the garden, but we didn't see it significant according to planning policy.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Members, any questions of Mr. Houston? Councillor Allen.
Thank you. So it's your children's bedroom. So
I'm the agent. It's Graham and
right,
Sophie's
apologies,
house.
yeah. It will be their bedroom, their children's bedroom. Is there reasons why you wouldn't want to, or they wouldn't want to have obscure glass there?
Yeah.
Yeah, just
I would
because it's a
imagine-
bedroom.
Yeah, I would like we designed the window so it could be, so the kid would get a view of the horizon. It's not really and the outside world.
Members, any further questions? No. Thank you, Mr. Houston.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry. Oh, Councillor Ray.
Yeah, just to make sure that we're not getting lost in terminology, you say that this window certainly doesn't look into the house, and then there's this structure that's been referred to variously as a conservatory, dining room, sunroom. Are you including that when you say it doesn't look into the house?
Yeah, I think I could draw a line from the position of the dormer right through the corner of Cross Farm, and it would be very difficult to catch anything more than it may be visible to see the corner. I don't think we weren't invited into Cross Farm at any point formally, but we did extensively try and find that view, and we couldn't find the view. It would cause offence. And even if it were to have a view of the corner of the structure, according to policy, this would be no loss of privacy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Houston? And apologies, Councillor Rake. If not, thank you, Mr. Houston. Great. Thank you. We will now move on to Councillor Sue Franklin, Dipford Parish Council.
Thank you, Chairman. Right, Councillor Sue Franklin on behalf of Dipford Parish Council. Dipford Parish Council is in broad agreement with this application. However, Council, excuse me, Council expresses concerns over privacy issues raised by the proposed first floor window in the two-storey side extension. Having visited the garden of the neighbouring property Cross Farm, it does appear that this window could look directly into part of the property, as admitted by the applicant's agent, and certainly into the garden, due to the topography of Robin's Nest as being higher than Cross Farm. Such a loss of privacy to the property, which was originally the only occupied property on site, would be totally unacceptable, and I believe will conflict with the joint local plan under Dev 1, Dev 2 and NPPF 130F. Moreover, passing the plan as presented would strongly impact on the neighbours' peaceful enjoyment of their property. To support this, Council in 230423 VAR, the construction of the new build barn adjacent to Robin's Nest, required an overlooking window facing Cross Farm to be obscure glazed in line with the drawings submitted, confirming the sight lines from the new build could conflict with the privacy of Cross Farm. In summary, Dipford Parish Council does not object to the extension, in principle, to the extension of Robin's Nest, and indeed strongly supports applications which increase the sustainability of Dipford. However, Dipford Parish Council urges South Hams District Council to consider the unacceptable loss of privacy and impact on peaceful enjoyment of the neighbour's property incurred by this overlooking window by adding a requirement that this first floor window be constructed with obscure glass, not merely a removable film. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Franklin.
Edward Tyndall.
Members, any questions of Councillor Franklin? If not, sorry, Councillor.
A day late and $1 short as ever, Chair. Sorry. Yes. Okay. I'll move this round and I'll turn and face you. I just want to make sure that I understood what you were drawing the comparison between the new build window that has been required to be obscured glass.
Yep.
I mean, that's a very different location vis-a-vis Cross Farm to the proposed dormer here, isn't it? I mean, you weren't saying these are directly comparable, or were you?
They're not directly comparable because the angle is slightly different. However, the applicant's agent has admitted now that you can look into the greenhouse of Cross Farm from that window. And if you can look into the greenhouse, I respectfully suggest that you can look into the conservatory and certainly into the garden. It may not be the completely direct view that the new build would have. It would be a different angle, but there would certainly be an unacceptable loss of privacy, particularly in view of the fact that Cross Farm was the only occupied property on site previously.
Thank you, Councillor Franklin. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now move on to the ward member, Councillor Panel.
Thank you. I'll try and be brief. I brought this to committee because of the conflicting views between the officer and the neighbour and the strong views of the parish council. And I felt that it would be helpful if councillors could see for themselves and make their own decision. We've heard about Dev 1 and 2, which deal with outlook, privacy, harm to human health and living conditions. I could also draw your attention to the appendix which deals with extensions, which is Appendix 13 and is on page 239. Sorry, it's Appendix 1 of 13. Any alteration or extension should not have an unacceptable effect on the standard of living offered to occupants of homes that are to be extended and their neighbouring properties. And also, in the next paragraph, the levels of privacy expected from a residential environment will differ depending on the location. For example, within densely developed contexts such as city, town or neighbourhood centres, etc., it's reasonable to assume that privacy might be less than in lower density neighbourhoods, and in these circumstances other design solutions may be appropriate, such as oriel windows for habitable rooms and obscured glazing in other rooms. I think the problem here is that this is a habitable room, and therefore officers feel that obscured glazing is not acceptable. So I haven't formed a view myself as to which way I want to vote on this, but I'd like to hear what members feel on the merits of this case. But those are, I think, are the key issues.
Thank you, Councillor Panel. Any questions of Councillor Panel? If not, thank you. That concludes the speakers on this application, and we'll move into the debate on it. Councillor Zomet.
Sorry, I have questions rather than debate, but for the officers. what is the distance from the new window across to the dining room / conservatory? And also, can we compare the size of the new window on this build to the size of the window on the new build?
So the distance to the dining conservatory area is about 18 metres, sort of measured as the crow flies. I know that the window on the new build in this elevation here was a small window, but I don't have the size at my fingertips.
Can you go back, before we do go back to the picture, just, I can't, in this image, get a straight line from where that window is. On the cross farm, can you put your cursor where the dining room is, please?
It's in and around here somewhere. I'm
Oh,
not
so
sure
it's not
that
part
this
of that
image quite
block.
reflect. I believe it comes out here, and then the patio area is here.
So it is contained within that dark grey?
That dark grey.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't get a clear line from the proposed window.
No, so I was including the sort of outdoor dining area when I was making that measurement. As something to consider.
And then can we look at the window of the new build, please?
That is around, it's in this elevation.
I mean, we have photos, right?
Oh, the photos. There is.
Sorry, the photographs were provided by Ms. Carroll.
Yeah.
I can get them up. You just have to stop sharing and go to the PDF document. It's that one, isn't it?
Essentially, my feelings at the moment are that it's...
Is that the one you...
Yes, thank you. Is that it's a tiny window, and if you try really hard, you might be able to see the people in the dining room. But I don't see it as an invasion of privacy at the moment.
Thank you.
Thanks. Could you bring up the design of the extension where we see the rooms and the upper floor, please?
Yes. I'm swapping between.
Okay, sorry. And so we're talking of the first floor, upper floor bedroom area. So what that's a plan view, is it? Yeah. So thanks. I don't know, up from the new bedroom, there's a hatched area. So is that a skylight?
So this.
Yeah.
Do you mean that the cross?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a roof light.
So there's plenty of natural light going into that bedroom then, because I mean the argument from the agent is well made that it's nice to see out of the glass window, and if it's obscured, then that's a detriment to the view that might be obtained. But as for natural light going into that bedroom, there's the skylight above the bed, and there could be a translucency to the new window and light coming into that bedroom. So it's not going to make, with those two, the bedroom won't necessarily be dark, just the view would be impeded, which is the whole point of the discussion. So that was me going on again. This is the case, isn't it? My argument is valid, that there would be light getting in there from two sources. Who am I asking?
That's a statement.
Was that a question or?
I think that
I'm just double checking the plans. Yeah, it's a skylight above the bed. Yeah.
So, was that all you wish to make?
No, I'm not going to. That's part of the discussion I feel. That's part of a discussion I feel in my mind about the availability of light within the bedroom. Slightly different to having a view, but I'm thinking that through as I move towards whatever decision I will come up.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I might be a little jaded in this since I have 10 neighbours overlooking my garden. It's a bit of a show, I must say. Though I didn't quite mean it like that. I think if this was a kitchen or a dining room window overlooking, I would feel differently. But this is a bedroom window, and most people only use their bedrooms to sleep in. It's also, of course, a children's bedroom. So therefore, I can't imagine they're going to spend a lot of time, or that it matters that much, actually, in a way. I understand concerns about privacy because it's a change, but they're children. It feels to me like once this has been there for a year, nobody will notice or mind, to be quite honest with you, which is how I feel about my 10 overlookers. So at this point in time, I'm minded that it's important for the bedroom to be a good space for children, and that the chances of them overlooking into the dining room are minimal. And so that's the way I am feeling at the moment, although I do, of course, understand concerns when something new comes into the area. Thank you.
Members, any other comments? Councillor Rake?
Well, I mean, I think obviously these things are often a question of degree, and I think that the views, such as they are likely to be at maximum sort of incidental and glancing. You know, this is not, I think, in contrast to the window that we insisted be obscured in the new build property. This is not, which would have been a viewing platform essentially in many ways. I think this isn't. And yes, it may catch glimpses of things of the garden or of the dining room or of the conservatory, but I find it hard, given the distance and the angle of those views, I find it hard to be convinced that that will represent significant harm. So, in other words, much as it pains me to do so, I'm saying I agree with Councillor Allen, and actually, I on that basis, I'd be ready to move that we approve this in line with the officer's recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Dommett, it's a second. Thank you. Any other councillors wish to make a comment on this? Councillor Panel?
To say, I think, yes, I might oppose this because of the concerns of the neighbour. They do feel that they will be overlooked, but it's in the end a matter for the committee, which is why I brought it to members to decide. So we'll see what members feel.
Thank you, Councillor Panel. If there's no further people wish to make comment, we have a proposer and a seconder for approval in line with the officer's recommendation, and I'll take that to the vote now. Can I please have a show of hands for approval in line with the officer's recommendation? Those against? Right, that is 7 for approval, 2 against, so therefore that application is approved. And can I say thank you for your forbearance to all of those who attended, because you've sat through a long and you've seen all the other applications considered, but thank you for being here and thank you for your time. And thank you, members. That concludes the applications. We now just have, and I will, with your forbearance, run through the next 2 items 7 and 8, which are relatively quick, and then we will conclude the meeting rather than breaking and coming back for a short point. Right, members, we'll now move on to agenda item 7, planning appeals updates. Mr. Weimer.
Okay, I'll be mindful of the time. I'll be very quick. There are apologies. The report is lengthy, but there are actually only 2 that we hadn't reported previously, and I've got plans if need be, but I don't think it's really necessary. So the first one is the application at Broome Park, Dartington. It's a site that you may be aware of in terms of 80 houses. It does get mentioned quite regularly. So part of the approval provided a dark ecological corridor down the back of the estate. This application sought pedestrian access gates into that area from 6 of the properties. We said that really wasn't a very good idea because it would be disturbance to the ecological area. The inspectors has their argument was, well, an inspector's already allowed 1 gate, why can't you allow another 6? The inspector said for 2 reasons. No, that's just too much intrusion. It won't serve its purpose. And furthermore, there's supposed to be a Devon Bank along here. If you keep putting gates inside in the Devon Bank, it's just going to break the visual cohesiveness of that bank. So that was refused. Very pleased that was refused. The other one is more of a technical one, and if members want to have a look at the plans, then do so online. So this was a certificate of lawfulness for a proposed extension at Torcross Road in Torcross. Its permission was granted in 2016 for the conversion of the building from an abattoir to a single dwelling. Conditions of discharge works have commenced, so we were happy that it is extant, and once substantially complete, permitted development rights would occur. It's in the national landscape, and one of the key tests within the national landscape is whether the extension projects beyond the principal elevation. It used to be elevation facing highway, now it's a principal elevation. The case made for the appellant was that the principal elevation was the southwest elevation, and therefore their proposed extension on the northeast was permitted development because it's a rear elevation. The council argued it's not strictly correct because the northeast elevation is the elevation that faces roads, it's the elevation that faces the access, it's got the porch in it. We consider that to be the principal elevation. I can understand the points they're making, but ultimately the inspector sided with us that it is a principal elevation, it's not permitted development, therefore the certificate failed. It's quite an interesting case. They are the only two appeals to it. The planning application number is 328223 CLP. The appeal took about a year from submission to get a decision. But it's a good one to read.
It was longer than that because the appeal start date was 22nd of January 24 and it came in 23rd of March 26, so it's 2 years.
Okay.
Right, members, that concludes the agenda item 7. Item 8 is the update on undetermined major applications, and the standard practice there is if you have any questions on any of those to contact the principal officer involved in those applications. Other than that, that concludes our business for today, and thank you for your time and energy